The last class was over. Sophomore year was over. Happy Emily hurried to get home as soon as possible. Tonight, she wanted to cook something delicious to have a romantic dinner for herself and her lover, even though she didn't like cooking very much. But tonight, she was ready to French roast meat and chop fresh vegetables to set the table, to light candles. Emily had recently turned 20 years old. She was optimistic about the future and dreamed of a happy family. She and Jason met a year ago and almost immediately started dating. They looked good together. Jason attended a technical college while also working as a welder. He was outgoing, with a wry smile on his face, his gray eyes shining with a sly light. And he was a daredevil, which was why Emily liked him. He wasn't afraid to live one day at a time. His whole life was an improvisation. Emily adored him. He could always cheer her up somewhere with a joke, somewhere with a nice word. The blonde girl stepped into the apartment she and Jason shared. Jason paid the rent, as well as buying groceries for them. He said he liked taking care of the two of them, so Emily could study without having to spend her energy making money. Jason's salary wasn't much, but it was enough to get by for a month. Emily put the grocery bag on the table. Then she took one more look in the mirror before she undressed. Still, she was great at picking things out and combining them with each other. She fixed her hair and then looked carefully into her eyes and concluded that she looked beautiful. It made her mood even better. And in such a good mood, she started to prepare dinner. Passing supper mat was not an easy task and therefore required a celebration. Emily tried to pass all the exams with honors so that she could become a good doctor, if not the best. She set big goals for herself. Taking out a piece of meat, she cut it into thin plates, then sliced tomatoes into circles and grated cheese. She began to prepare the side dish. Jason loved mashed potatoes, so it didn't take much thought. Finally, everything was ready, and Emily set the table. First, she laid the beautiful white tablecloth. Then she arranged the plates and cutlery. She turned on her favorite song, and it felt so good. There was the sound of a key in the door, and a happy Emily rushed out to meet her boyfriend. Jason was tall and skinny. His temples were shaved, and his long hair was slicked back in the middle, creating a kind of bangs. Emily took off his jacket and wrapped her arms around his neck. The girl was much shorter than her boyfriend. Jason often joked about it, saying she was 6 feet tall. But Emily didn't resent him, because she knew he loved her just the way she was. "What are those flavors?" Jason inquired, walking into the kitchen. "Wow, what's the occasion?" he asked in surprise. "I passed my copper mat today with a perfect score," Mrs. Johnson said. "I'll go far," the girl boasted, rising up on her toes. "That's so. What a good girl you are, it turns out," Jason said and kissed the girl on the lips. The next moment his hand reached for the baking tray, which was covered with golden meat slices under a cheesy crust. "Where?" Emily slapped his hand. "Wash your hands first," she added. Raising his eyebrows, Jason headed for the bathroom with a resentful look. Once there, he pulled out his phone and quickly answered a text message. A smirk appeared on his face. "Jason, are you coming soon?" Emily asked, looking over to him. He almost dropped the phone. "What are you shutting yourself in here for? Are you calling someone?" his girlfriend inquired. "No, it's work. They're asking where I put the key. Mike can't find it every time," Jason said. "Let's go to the table. It's getting cold," Emily said. The meat was really good, juicy, roasted, and delicious. "How did you do it?" "It's delicious," he said with his eyes closed, feeling real pleasure. "I'm so glad you liked it," exclaimed satisfied Emily, looking at her favorite guy. "What about the candles?" "Really, it's great." "Told you you had talent." I continued to enjoy my French fry. After finishing dinner, the young couple watched a movie and then cuddled up and fell into a deep sleep. At the beginning of the first hour of the morning, Emily got out of bed. The cheese was a little heavy. She wanted a drink of water. She headed for the kitchen. Water seemed so delicious to her now. But in the midst of the darkness, a light came on somewhere under the ceiling. Emily looked in that direction. It was Jason who had left his cell phone on the refrigerator. And why had he put it there in the first place? Not only was it glowing, but it was vibrating, making a huge noise in the middle of the silence. Emily climbed into a chair and pulled out her phone. The dark blue screen lit up with Alex's name. Who the hell was Alex? Could it be work again? Emily took it and answered it. "Hello, Harry. What took you so long to answer the phone?" "I've been calling you for an hour. You promised you'd come get me," a female voice said indignantly. Emily was in such shock that she didn't know what to say. Her tongue was numb and didn't want to move at all. "Who are you, young lady?" she asked, finally gathering her courage. And she was suddenly silent. Obviously, she didn't expect to hear a girl's voice, and then she blacked out. Emily was curious, so she dialed the same number again, but the other end of the line was disconnected. She stared at the name on the screen for a while longer, then decided to go back to bed. The man was just mistaken, she thought. What other Harry, Jason, Greg? But no way Harry. She thought the rest of the night and couldn't sleep. In the morning, she forgot all about the phone call. It wasn't until Jason reached for his phone that Emily remembered the girl. "Harry," she said, wanting to see the guy's reaction. And he was silent, pretending not to hear. He glared at his phone, flipping through the tabs. "Harry," she repeated. "What mine?" he replied, as if nothing had happened. "Doesn't it bother you that I've never called you that?" Emily asked. "Had you," he interjected. Then he looked up from the phone and looked at the girl. "Actually, yes," she confirmed. "But maybe Isabel," he replied. "Who is she?" Emily asked the question straight to the forehead. Who are you talking about?" Jason's eyebrows furrowed in exasperation as he asked a counter question. "About that girl. What's her name?" "Alexa, I think that's her name," Emily said, feeling her pulse quicken. "Alexa who? Didn't you get enough sleep?" Jason grinned, his pupils growing larger. "Don't make a fool of me," Emily said loudly. "I'm not. You started it," Jason replied, feeling no guilt at all. Someone got the wrong number. "And you're already upside down, all mixed up." Emily felt like a jealous fool, picking at every little thing. After a little thought, she apologized to him and told him that she trusted him completely. She pressed herself against his chest and kissed his chin. "You can only reach so far with your height," he laughed, trying to turn their conversation into a joke. Emily clung to him even tighter, thinking that he was the best man in her life. "I adore you. I can't imagine if you and I were to break up," she said. "Don't worry, it'll never happen," Jason assured her. One day in the course Emily was taking, they were sent on an internship. It happened once a year, when they had to do a checkup in the outlying areas of the city. Emily and 3 other classmates were going away for 10 days. They were provided with accommodation in a dormitory and an equipped office where they would examine the residents of a small village or hamlet. There was always a lot of work at that time. One person was replaced by another. Everyone had to be thoroughly examined, questioned carefully, analyzed, listened to, and all this data had to be entered into documents. The day was dense, busy. After work, the girls gathered in a room and arranged a luxurious dinner, eating delicious food, drinking pleasant drinks, and talking about interesting girlish topics. This time it was possible to examine the prescribed number of people in a shorter time, and already after lunch the whole group was sent back to their hometown. Emily called Jason, wanting to tell him that she'd be arriving early. She missed him so much. She couldn't wait to see him. There were long beeps on the other end of the line, but no one came to the phone. She felt a little sorry, but she chalked it up to Jason's possible busyness. He'd been taking part-time work home a lot lately. She got there on her own, opening the door with her own key. She stepped inside. The time was approaching 8 p.m., so Jason should have been home by now. Emily thought about what she was going to surprise him with. Walking in, she came to the kitchen. No one was here. A noise came from the room and a smile appeared on Emily's face. She figured her boyfriend was spending his time relaxing on the bed, anticipating the meeting. She opened the door ajar and froze in front of it. Sitting on the windowsill, with her leg overhanging, was an unknown slim girl who, upon seeing Emily, was not the least bit embarrassed by her or her naked appearance. She held a cigarette in her hands and took a deep puff as she dangled her leg. She continued to stare at Emily, as if she didn't have any questions about where she'd come from. Emily, on the other hand, immediately had a myriad of questions. "I'm sorry, who are you?" she said, even with some uncertainty. I'm Jason's friend. And you must be Emily? She asked, and there was some friendliness in her voice. Yes, that's right, the girl replied. Alexa, the woman muttered back. And how did you end up here? Emily asked, and at this point felt absolutely ridiculous. I'm just here as a guest, Alexa muttered. She put out her cigarette, jumped off the windowsill, and wrapped herself in a sheet and walked closer to Emily. And you're pretty, she remarked, thereby completely disconcerting Emily. And here came Jason. He had just gotten out of the shower, wiping his head with a towel. He approached the girls and froze when he saw Emily here. He was immersed in confusion. Emily, you weren't supposed to be here until tomorrow, he questioned her, not knowing how to backtrack. We finished work early, she muttered in a half-whisper. At this point, she tried not to look in the direction where Alexa was absent-mindedly and leisurely putting on her clothes. Okay, Jay, I'm going to go. I'll call you later, Alexa mumbled, putting her hand on his shoulder. The man didn't react in any way. It was important for him to deal with Emily right now. There was the sound of a door slamming shut. The two found themselves in complete silence. What exactly is going on? Do you want to explain it to me? Emily inquired. Yeah, I'll explain it to you right now, Jason muttered, scratching the back of his head in confusion. What's there to explain? She said, grinning sight. She almost had a fit of hysterical laughter. It's just Alexa, Jason muttered. Yeah, I remember her perfectly. She called you the other night then, Emily replied. Now, it might have seemed like she was actually having fun, but it was far from that. She was simply in a state of shock. After all, only half an hour ago she had rushed here with all her legs to meet her beloved. She had believed that he was waiting for her and missed her just as much as she did. But that's not how it turned out. Someone really loved, and someone had been lying behind his back for a very long time, while covering his lies with sweet words. Why didn't you tell me right away that you got another girl? Emily asked, not understanding how you could lie for so long to someone you live under the same roof with. I've been trying to tell you everything, but it just hasn't been the right time, Jason replied. What are you talking about? What's the right time? The girl asked. Her eyes were slowly starting to fill with tears. Oh, don't get me started, Jason went on the offensive. You live here like paradise, schooling, free housing, and you don't have to think about groceries every day. So now you think I should have kept my mouth shut and let you keep seeing that strange girl, she said. Her outrage was unbounded. Look, how boring are you? I'm treating you like a child. You can be on your own for a while at least. I do everything for you. You should at least thank me, Jason exploded into a shouting match. Emily was stunned at this turn of events. It was impossible to continue the dialogue with him. She could have done so, but she realized it would have gotten her nowhere. Leaving him, she went into another room, shut herself in, and burst into tears. The next day was Emily's day off. She and Jason slept apart that night. Waking up, the girl walked to the kitchen. Jason was already there. He was making an omelet. Good morning, Emily mumbled. Morning, Jason replied. He wasn't at all talkative today. His face had a scowl on it, but that was understandable. You could tell by the look in his eyes that he wasn't going to talk to Emily. It was quite hard to be in such an atmosphere full of tension and negativity. What are we going to do next? The girl asked. I don't know, Jason replied with a shrug. Move on with our lives. Move on like before. The boy said yes. And how do you envision it? As living like this, me and Alexa? Emily grinned, assuming her boyfriend was joking. Look, it's my business who I date, okay? Jason said in a serious tone. I don't get you. What am I, a blank slate here? Emily muttered disconsolately. You know, I'm sick and tired of dealing with you like a child. And you're still not happy. I'll be honest with you. It's 100 times easier for me with Alexa than with you. 1,000 times more interesting and fun. All I hear from you is problems, complaints, dislike. You're like a real vampire sucking the energy out of me, Jason stated. Do you think you're talking? Anyway, do what you want. I don't care. Or better yet, pack your stuff and leave. Are you seriously saying that now? Emily still couldn't believe it. Does it look like I'm joking? You're not a little girl anymore. You should understand, Jason answered her gruffly. His words made Emily lose her appetite. She went back into the room and climbed onto the bed. Honestly, she couldn't believe Jason was serious, though of course all the facts were there. But it was probably the fear of not knowing what the future held that was telling her not to take it lightly. It is necessary to wait. Soon everything will be settled and will fall into place. But it wasn't like that at all. As evening approached, Jason peeked into Emily's room and told her to get her things together. Why are you still here? Clear the apartment. Alexa will be here soon, he mumbled. His words threw Emily into a new shock. To hear such a thing from the man she had once been happy with, who she had trusted with herself and her life to some extent, was simply unthinkable. Don't you think I have nowhere to go? Emily questioned, figuring he'd talk some sense into him. I'm not interested at all, he muttered in a cold and indifferent tone. But you know I have no one here. Where am I going to go? Again the girl asked. To be gone in half an hour, Jason replied, and closed the door behind him. Emily decided that Jason couldn't be that cruel to her and probably wouldn't throw her out on the street. Where would she go with no money and no job? She decided she wouldn't move and would stay here. Let her do what she wanted to do. The girl sat in her room and did not get out of there. Then she heard the phone ring. Hello, well, are you pulling up? Jason asked. Alexa was obviously calling him. Okay, I'm waiting for you, he replied and then hung up. The next moment, the door to Emily's room swung open and Jason's head showed. Hey, get ready. You should be going by now, he pronounced. What do you mean? Emily asked, as if she didn't understand the meaning of his words. I said, out-mouthed Emily's boyfriend as if he had never been one at all. I'm not going anywhere from here, the girl began to resist. And then Jason did something Emily never expected him to do. He took her under his arms by force and led her out into the hallway. She started to struggle, trying to cling to the door jambs, but she had less strength. So the door swung open, and the guy literally pushed her out into the entryway. Emily pounced back, trying to squeeze through the door. But Jason had already closed it. She pounded her fists, pounded on the door, stomped her feet, pounded her shoes. And she was begging him to open it, but he wasn't thinking about it. A few seconds later, a neighboring apartment opened behind Emily. If you don't stop screaming now, I'm going to call the police, the older woman muttered. Yes, I live here, Emily replied. I've never seen you here before. Don't lie, the neighbor replied. Emily paid her no attention as she continued to pound on the door. You misunderstand me, the woman with disheveled hair on her head stuck out again. I told you I live here, Emily repeated. It's past midnight. You've woken everyone up. My patience is running out, she muttered and disappeared behind the door. Fool, Emily muttered under her breath. She desperately continued to call out to Jason and bang on the door, until suddenly she felt someone twisting her arms. Citizen, what's going on here? A police officer addressed her. I've been kicked out of my house, she mumbled, hoping they would understand. Emily was sure they would help her and she would regain her residence. Your passport. A man in uniform addressed her. All my stuff is here, she spoke. Good, the policeman replied, and then knocked on the door. Jason immediately unlocked the lock, and Emily started asking him again to let her into the apartment. Jason, however, looked her over from head to toe and said that it was the first time he had seen her. At the same time, Alexa came up the stairs. Jason held out his hand to her and let her in. Jason, you can't do this to me. Give me my stuff, Emily demanded. but the police decided it would be best if they took her to the department for a day or two to let the girl come to her senses. To prevent Emily from resisting, they handcuffed her. The girl was brought to the police station and put behind bars. Emily was in a terrible state. The place was cold, with concrete walls all around. "It's not my fault," the girl said. She was on the verge of despair. "It's okay, you'll sit overnight, and tomorrow we'll let you go," muttered the police officer who was acting as a caretaker. I lay down on the cold bench. The policeman was filling out some papers, glancing at me from time to time. Long minutes stretched into hours. I tried to get comfortable, but it was impossible in such Spartan conditions. I managed to take a nap all night, curled up on the bench, but it didn't last long. At 7, I was awakened by a man in uniform. "Enough sleep. Time to go out," said a gruff male voice. I struggled to open my eyes. My head hurt. It felt lousy. I walked outside. There was fog all around. There was a high humidity in the air. The wind was blowing. I staggered around like a drunk and had only one place to go. After about 40 minutes, I stood in front of the door of the apartment I shared with my loved one just yesterday. I knocked, hoping that someone would open the door for me. The lock clicked. I saw Jason's face, sleepy and frowning. "Oh, is that you?" he muttered. "Jason, let's talk," I managed to say, but Jason slammed the door shut again. A couple minutes later, he came back in and set the bags with all of her things right at Emily's feet. He also shoved her phone in her hands, and with a "come on" by, closed the door right in her face. She stayed like that with her mouth hanging open. Emily wanted to start banging on his door again. Around 9, the sun came out, sparing no heat. It warmed the ground along with all the bags of stuff. I sat on a bench that I had gotten as the first place I could find. What else could I do but bask in the sunlight? I could have gone to the university, but it was Sunday. I continued to sit on the bench, contemplating my future life, which had gone from paradise to hell. That's what Emily thought. Turning my head to the left, I saw an advertisement. The city's hospital number 9 needed a nurse. Finding the address on the sign, I realized that the hospital was right behind me, and coincidentally, it was the hospital where I was interning. Taking my bag of documents with me, I headed there. I knew that even on weekends there was someone there. "Good morning. I'm on the ad. A nurse," I said as I looked at a thick-built woman with a short haircut. The woman looked me over. "And there's no one in charge today." "It's just me today, Amanda," she replied, scrutinizing me. "I know, but I'm in my last year of medical school. I need a job," I explained, leaving out the fact that it would be nice to have a place to live as well. "All right, follow me, fill out the form," the woman said. I filled out the form and, putting down my pen, was in no hurry to leave. "That's it, you can go home. Why sit around?" the woman added. Can I start work today?" I blurted out. Amanda let a thoughtful look pass over me again. "Well, okay, except it won't be paid," the nurse warned me. "That's okay, I'll take it," I replied, realizing I had no choice anyway. Amanda handed me a uniform, and afterwards quickly walked me around the hospital and told me what was what. And once I was changed, I began to disinfect the instruments and clean up the wards, since it was a busy weekend. I was able to take a closer look at the wards and utility rooms. One of the latter seemed the most livable to me. I dragged my things here and stashed them in a corner in a small room that served as a storage room. It turned out to be an old couch. And when I had done my work, I quietly came back here. I climbed onto the couch and tucked my legs under me. I bowed my head, thinking about the rest of my life. My mind was a mess. Soon the hospital was quiet. The evening brought dusk, making everyone settle down and get ready for bed. Emily was getting ready for bed on the old mattress on the couch. She spread out the sheet, covering herself with a blanket. The girl tried to sleep. She heard rustling and strange, unintelligible sounds that sent shivers down her spine. But the insomnia receded, and she was able to fall asleep for a while, but only for a while. But it was less than an hour later that she awoke to a loud rumbling sound. Doors in the hallway were slamming. The voices of nurses and another male voice could be heard. She immediately sat up. Through the darkness she stared at the closed door, which was outlined by a streak of light, and here a shadow passed and then another. Someone was being rolled on a gurney. "Sarah, quick!" One cease of adrenaline, a man's voice said. "Smith, hands here," a female voice replied. And then the sounds became more muffled. Emily got up from the couch and quickly dressed. She glanced at the clock. The hands showed 1:00 in the morning. She stepped out into the hallway, putting on a white robe she'd gotten from the closet. Silently, she stepped out into the hallway and tiptoed toward the operating room, where doctors were desperately trying to save a man's life. It was a man in slacks and a jacket. He was lying on the operating table. His white shirt was unbuttoned. It was bloody. The man was unconscious. There were doctors standing around him. Among them was one that Emily was somewhat familiar with. He was a surgeon. The girl had seen him often in this hospital when she came here to sign a practice. I think his name was Ben. He was so busy and always walking around, tucked away in his papers, that he hardly remembered her. The operation lasted quite a long time, but now the hard part seemed to be over. Emily saw the nurse take off the surgeon's mask and blot his forehead. She went back to her room. Monday morning began as usual for a place like the hospital. Emily woke up early. She was supposed to, got dressed and got to work. Today she still had to go to the front desk to register as an employee. The girl walked briskly and tried to act like she was doing well. Walking down the corridor, she bumped into a doctor who was coming out of his office. "Oh, sorry," she apologized. The doctor gave her a scornful look. He turned out to be the head doctor. "I didn't catch your name on the name tag, Brown," she added. The man was clearly in a bad mood. "I'll have to watch where you're going," he replied through gritted teeth. His tone clearly made Emily go white, and she tried to get out of his sight as quickly as possible. The new nurse was moving from room to room. Finishing cleaning here, she would move on to another room. And now she found herself in front of one of the wards where she also intended to disinfect. Just as she was about to enter, the head doctor appeared from there. He stared at Emily, but without saying anything, walked down the hall, and Smith followed him out. He looked at Emily differently. He had a look that was incredibly appealing and deep. His blue eyes were so clear and pure that he seemed to see right through you. Smith had always been sympathetic to her. Maybe because of his penetrating gaze, maybe because of something else. Except that Emily had been stunned by the stun him. Right now she literally froze, staring into his crazy blue eyes. "Is everything okay?" she questioned, just so she wouldn't have to stand there like a statue. "I don't know yet," the surgeon replied thoughtfully. His gaze was focused. And even now, when he looked at Emily, he wasn't seeing her at all, remaining just as thoughtful. He set off along the corridor. Emily escorted him with a glance, then suddenly set off after him. "What are you worried about that man you brought in tonight?" she inquired and began to worry about his condition herself. "It's all rather strange," Ben paused and said. He looked like he was right now trying to logically fit several circumstances into one picture. The nurse asked again, "What's wrong?" Either she was really curious, or she just wanted to be with him. "Wait," the surgeon said and ducked into the office, closing the door in Emily's face. The girl was left with nothing. That same evening, she went around the ward, scrubbing floors, wiping down tables. Stopping in front of the ward where the rich man was lying, Emily froze, looked around. There was no one. Quietly opening the door, she peered inside. To her surprise, the room was empty. Emily walked in. There were only crumpled sheets on the couch. The girl was startled. After standing there for a bit and thinking about it, Emily sighed regretfully. She walked over to the bed and gathered up the dirty sheets, then applied a special cleaner to a napkin and began to wipe everything down. By evening, Emily was exhausted. The head nurse asked her to prepare a clean towel. Emily remembered that she had left them in the room at the end of the hall. Rising to her feet, she went to fetch them, sure that's where they were lying. After opening the door, Emily walked in and headed for the table where she had left the towels. But the next moment she froze. There was that man lying on the bed. His chest was bandaged. His face was pale, but even so, he seemed attractive. She recognized him immediately by his black hair. Emily stepped closer and looked at his vital signs board. His condition could be assessed as serious. His pulse was weak, his blood pressure low. It pained her to look at him, but she shouldn't have stayed here for long. Wishing the wounded man a speedy recovery, the nurse left the room. A little later, when Emily finally picked up her towel and headed for the operating room, she noticed some woman approaching the room with the wounded man. Most of the lights were turned off to conserve electricity, so Emily could barely make out her face. She hadn't seen this woman before. The stranger was slender and dressed in black. Her head was covered by an equally black shawl. She placed her black gloved hand on the doorknob and stopped. Turning her head to the left, the woman almost made Emily drop her towels. However, the nurse pretended to count them. The stranger quietly turned the knob and slipped inside. Who was she? Did the wife come to check on her husband? But visiting hours were long past, and no one was allowed to see a patient this sick. Emily was curious. She decided to wait for the lady to leave the room. But she had no patience, so Emily went to the door. The stranger was so focused that she didn't notice the nurse open the door. What Emily saw left her stunned. The nurse hadn't yet realized what the woman was trying to do. The stranger opened a small purse and pulled out a pin from there. Why would she need it? Emily wondered. The chamber was filled with moonlight. The woman lifted the point up to look at it. It glistened with a small droplet of light. What the lady did afterwards shocked Emily. She held the pin up to the man and then made a small puncture in the neck area. A very small hole. A fleeting touch. But it was enough for the poison to penetrate the capillary system and spread through the blood vessels. Suddenly there was a noise. The woman turned toward the door. Emily felt like she'd been electrocuted. She abruptly stepped aside. Her heart was racing. Footsteps sounded. It was the lady. She was striding confidently toward the exit. Her eyes were cold and calculating. A hand touched the door and pushed it open. But when the door opened, no one was there. Emily had managed to hide in a neighboring room. After waiting for a while, she went back to her room, thinking about what she had seen. She didn't know what to do yet. That night, the nurse could not sleep again. Her head was full of different thoughts, and especially the wounded man who had been pricked today with a pin. I didn't know that this was the way people wanted to do things without a trace. She was supposed to help the man, but suddenly it's dangerous. Who is this wounded man? Who is he, and why does someone really want him to go to the other world? Unable to bear it, at my own risk, I rose from the couch and slipped into the dimly lit hallway. There was silence. Noiselessly and very quickly, the nurse reached the right room. Another second and she was there. I fixed my eyes on the machine that showed his pulse, his blood pressure, his breathing. Okay, he was in a coma, but now his condition was even worse. The nurse had no evidence or trace to suggest it was poison brought in by an unknown woman. The suspected injection site looked normal, and I didn't notice any swelling on the patient's forehead. He was feverish. The nurse realized she had to report it sooner rather than later. She rushed out of the room. But the moment the girl turned around, she ran into Surgeon Jason. "What are you doing here?" he asked her. The nurse froze, fully aware of the predicament she found herself in. "I just happened to stop by," she mumbled gruffly. I feared she might be suspected of worsening the patient's condition. Then she pulled herself together and turned her attention to the latter. "I think he's running a fever," she muttered. Ben cast a glance at the man. He checked his vitals and then took a blood test. That was exactly what Emily wanted to do. "Memorize the vitals," the surgeon muttered. Emily quickly complied with his request, repeating the numbers in her head. The two of them left the room and headed straight for the lab. "Why aren't you home yet?" Emily asked. Ben was in no hurry to answer. He was, as always, focused and extremely attentive. Taking the right solution, he placed some of the blood he had taken into it. "Why are you still here?" He suddenly asked the nurse a question. I was taken aback. She had to lie. "So I'm on duty," Emily mumbled. Ben continued working on the labs. After a while, he asked Emily to prepare a certain solution and draw 2 cyan into a syringe. The nurse did so. The surgeon took the instrument and gave the wounded man an injection. "Will this help him?" the nurse asked when they were in the room. "This substance releases cells that are able to fight much more actively. There seems to be a poison in this man's system." But how did it get there? Ben speculated aloud. Then he turned his gaze to Emily. Her eyes rounded. I have something to tell you, she said, unable to hide the truth any longer as she stared into his piercing blue eyes. What's wrong? I'm listening, Ben said openly, gaining even more confidence. I saw a woman jab that man, Emily mumbled. With what? The surgeon clarified, faintly believing that was possible. With a pin, the nurse muttered. Ben remained staring at her, not knowing what to say to those words. Are you sure? He asked again. But now Emily seemed foolish even to herself. She was wearing all black and acting like she didn't want anyone to see her. I'm sure she wanted to kill him, Emily blurted out. Ben stared at Emily for a while, and she suddenly decided that he liked her. She looked into his bottomless eyes, which literally exuded an alluring light. Aren't you having a fantasy? The surgeon smirked. Emily frowned. Fortunately, I rest in time and I'm not overworked enough to see mirages, the nurse answered him. All right, your time off is up and I'll take care of things here, the surgeon pronounced. And I decided not to insist otherwise. She went back to the morgue. She was calm now. Ben would figure it out. The next morning I walked down the corridor to do my work. I had to prepare instruments for surgery, turn on the device to clean the room of bacteria and viruses, and more. Emily's head was busy worrying as she suddenly heard a conversation around the corner about an injured patient. Peeking out from around the corner, she saw the head doctor talking to a woman. Emily recognized her as the one who had visited the injured man yesterday. I must admit, your husband is a very lucky man, Brown muttered. Well, luck can be on your side too, the stranger answered him. Her voice was silky and soft. She spoke as if she were singing. Yes, I can't wait for that day to come, and for your hubby to go to the other world, and with it get rid of his enemies once and for all, the head doctor replied with a smirk. Don't worry, everything's going right. You know it is, don't you? A couple more days and Marks will pass away from a severe gunshot wound. That's what everyone will think, the woman said, and then added that she had 2 more syringes at the ready. Emily's breath caught. Ashley, you're my good girl, Brown muttered, pulling the woman close to him. It turns out everything she had seen had not appeared to her and was pure truth. Emily hurried to inform Ben, but he was not at his workplace. From that hour onward, she set up a close surveillance of Marks's room. Emily wanted Ben to know everything she'd heard, but he never showed up for work. All day long, she hovered around the wounded man's room. In the evening, Emily decided to stop by again, but just as she turned the corner, she saw the black shadow flicker again in the doorway of Marks's room. It was horrible, but it was impossible to turn a blind eye to it. Emily could not allow Marks to receive another dose of poison before her eyes. Grabbing a bucket of water and a mop from the pantry, she followed the lady, whose name was Ashley. The nurse opened the door to the room and, ignoring the woman present, pretended to mop the floors. The woman looked at her with obvious disdain and displeasure. There was even some indignation in her eyes, but she was patient and waited silently for the nurse to leave her alone with her husband. But it was not to be. Emily, eager to frustrate the plans of this ruthless, cold-blooded wife, began to rinse the rag and made the bucket overturn. The water ended up on the long hem of Ashley's black dress. Don't you look at all what you're doing? The woman was indignant, raising her eyebrows. Oh, I'm sorry, stepping into character, Emily replied. I'll make it up to you. Come with me. I'll get you a towel, she added. What do you think I'm going to wipe myself with a hospital towel? Ashley's eyes bulged even more. Then walk around wet, Emily snapped out of her mouth. She was taken aback by the rudeness, turned around and walked out of the room. Emily quickly followed her, but she had already disappeared down the hall. The nurse decided to look for her, and it wasn't too difficult. As she approached the head doctor's office, she heard her complaining about her to Brown. What a rabble you got here, she told him. What do you mean? What happened? The head doctor inquired, walking towards Ashley. Look at me, I'm all wet, she said indignantly. But what did you want from a simple cleaning, lady? Brown answered her. He touched the hem of her skirt and saw for himself that it was wet. But you can take it off, he asked, looking for buttons or zipper. Ashley, hands raised, waited for him to sort it out. There was the sound of a zipper unzipping, and the skirt slipped down. "God, you look so good," a male voice said. "Are we closed?" she asked, looking at the door. "Oh, come on, it's too late." "Everyone's gone home," Brown reassured her. He gripped the woman's waist tighter and turned with her. Ashley found herself with her back to the table. He glanced at her face. After nestling her lips together, I didn't want to peek. Except she needed more information about the woman and her and Brown's plans. Emily now knew for sure that the wife didn't love Mark, and her conversation with Brown had confirmed it. "Ah, come on, stop teasing me," Ashley pronounced. But giving Brown a little nudge, she continued, "I haven't finished today's Sharpie procedure yet." She was speaking in riddles, but I didn't understand what she was referring to. "You mean you haven't had time, have you?" The head doctor interjected. "Of course I didn't make it. Because of these," she pointed toward the door. "Let's wait until she goes home." Brown glanced at his watch. "He doesn't have long left anyway. And the money will be ours," he added. I, hearing this, also glanced at my wrist. It was half an hour to the end of the shift. "We need to find Ben right away," Emily's mind flashed. The nurse went back into the den and dialed Ben's phone number. This time he answered. "Ben, please come over. It's an emergency," Emily mumbled to him. "Did you bring someone in for surgery?" the surgeon asked. Emily decided that if she started telling him again about what she had heard or seen, he wouldn't believe her. So she told him that a man had been admitted 5 minutes ago with very serious injuries. "Got it. I'll be right there," the surgeon grudgingly replied. Emily hung up the phone and went to Mark's room herself. She decided that she would be with him to the last and would not let anyone else hurt him. The nurse entered the room and sat on a chair next to the man's bed. He was still in a coma. It had been 3 whole days since he had regained consciousness. She was a little scared. After all, at any moment his wife could come in here and kick her out. If only Ben would get here sooner. But there was a muffled wheeze in the midst of the silence, and she listened and glanced at Mark. The groan was repeated, and Emily rushed to him. "Mark, Mark, can you hear me?" She called out to him, and then glanced at the scoreboard. They were almost normal. "Mark, look at me. My name is Emily, and I'm a nurse. Just take it easy," she explained. "I'll get the doctor right away." Saying that, Emily got ready to see if Ben had arrived. It was only when she took a step towards the door that a voice stopped her. Wait," the injured man wheezed. Emily turned around, tired brown eyes staring back at her. Even so, there was a mesmerizing gleam in them. Strength and wisdom was conveyed through that gaze. The man beckoned her closer to him. "I'm listening to you," she mumbled. "What happened to me?" "I don't remember much," he pronounced. "You were hurt, but it's all behind you now," the nurse muttered. "Yes, I vaguely remember something," the man replied, and paused. He was about to raise himself up, but immediately felt a pain in his chest. No, that's okay, lie down. You can't get up yet. What a joy to see you come to your senses," she said. "Where's Ashley?" "My wife?" he asked, asking the question that most interested him. Emily did not know how best to answer. "Why aren't you saying anything? Is she all right?" "Yes, of course, don't worry. She's fine," the nurse replied. "I'd like to see her," he said. "We'll let her know you've recovered, of course. You just don't worry," Emily reassured him. "Mark, tell me, do you remember what happened to you?" she inquired. The man shifted his gaze straight in front of him and immersed himself in the memories of that day. Mark had owned a dealership a long time ago. He had started out very small, but now his business had grown considerably, and his car centers were able to sell several brands of cars at once. This greatly increased the choice for customers and increased Mark's income. But along with his success grew the envy of the people around him. Mark did not pay attention to the slanted glances and drooling in his direction. There were all sorts of things. One evening, Ben had to collect documents for a meeting with a customer. No big deal, just routine. Except that he remembered it when he left the office. After doing his business, he stopped by the house. Ashley was waiting for him. She was happy to see him, reaching up to kiss him. "Hi, love, you're late tonight," she mumbled as she went to get a glass of wine. Ashley was a gorgeous woman who knew a lot about fashion. She always dressed stylishly and very beautifully. And now she was wearing a long dress that emphasized her hips, her black hair falling in ringlets over her shoulders and back. "Yes, things are busy. You know, keeping so many people in charge. Everyone has to be looked after, and I've got my own work to do," Ben explained, loosening his tie. He sat down in the chair. Ashley walked over to him and sat on his lap. She placed her right hand on his shoulder. "I have the best you," she purred as she leaned over and kissed his ear. She seemed to be showing affection, but her eyes were full of slyness and mystery. "Oh crap, I totally forgot that I need to get some paperwork together for someone," Ben pronounced, closing his eyes with the palm of his hand. He had been working too much lately. At times he longed for a vacation. "And what, you're going to drive back now?" his wife said with indignation in her voice. "I'll have to. The meeting is important. It cannot be postponed. Besides, it will bring us a good deal of money," replied the husband. "And you're going to leave me alone?" she questioned again, in a slightly resentful tone. "I'm sorry, my dear. You know I don't want that, don't you?" said Ben. Ashley pressed her lips together contentedly. Her husband often left her alone in a cold bed. "But sometimes I think that if you have to choose between me and work, you'll choose work," Ashley muttered. "You're exaggerating," Ben answered her. He then rose from his seat and headed out into the hallway. He threw on his jacket and grabbed his car keys. "How long are you going to be traveling on your errands?" his wife inquired. "I'll try to make it quick. Really just need to get the paperwork together there to get everything in order." Ben pulled his jacket on and kissed Ashley, headed for the car. His wife watched through the open door as he made his way down the stairs. As soon as he was out of her sight, Ashley rushed to the phone. "Hello, Brown. I have good news for you," she said in a voice as sweet, as if she had just eaten something delicious. Meanwhile, Ben drove down the dark street. House. Late evening had already descended on the city, enveloping everything around him in a blanket of darkness. There was no one around. People had long since gone home. Staying in good spirits, Ben opened the door of his office, turned on his computer. He waited for it to boot up, and then clicked twice on the folder he wanted. Ben studied the file and then began to gather the papers. He went from one folder to the next, taking the document he needed from each one. Finally, when everything was packed, Ben went to the window and looked out over the nighttime city from the 14th floor. Still, the night lighting added its own romance and zest to the city. The man took out a cigarette and lit it with his lighter. A dense stream of smoke drifted to the ceiling. He thought deeply about something. "Yeah, Ashley's right. She needs more time, and she needs to rest more often," Ben thought. He put the cigarette to his mouth again and inhaled the tobacco smoke. His whole body felt relaxed and calm. The next second he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw a man in all black. He was looking at him with a cold and focused stare, short haircut, square face. He was dressed in a strict suit. When Tom asked him what he was interested in at this late hour, he noticed too late the gun in his hand. "Who?" he managed to utter. The next second a muffled shot rang out. The bullet, after traveling some 6 meters, pierced the businessman's body. Tom looked at the man who had fired the shot. He saw the glint in his sharp gaze. And then everything gradually went dark, and he collapsed to the floor. Tom remembered nothing more. It was only now that he woke up in the ward. That's awful. But who could it have been? Who could have wanted this? Emily asked, though she presumably already knew the answer herself. Tom tried to strain his memory to recall who he'd had a conflict with recently. His head ached, feeling an intense pain. Emily checked her vitals and remembered Ben again. "Try to calm down and take it easy," she mumbled to the injured man. "You're so empathetic," the man pronounced. Emily looked at him and smiled with the corner of her lips. Walking back to her room, she picked up her phone and started calling Ben. Why was he taking so long to answer? So meanwhile, Ashley was rejoicing with Brown, anticipating the riches to come as soon as possible. Ashley had never really loved her husband. She, being an ambitious woman, sought a rich, carefree life. Besides, Ashley realized that Tom was quite well off, especially since he owned his own car sales business. Her calculating mind immediately realized that she should pay attention to this man, because thanks to him she could get closer to her dream of a happy life. To fall in love with Tom was not difficult. After all, Ashley by nature was very beautiful, and in addition possessed a lot of techniques of seduction. A few evenings, a look, looking at Tom with great interest, concerned about his affairs, and here he is ready to marry her, which in fact they did after about 3 months. Ashley liked everything at first, but as one might expect, she soon grew bored with Tom's daily routine. Frequent conversations about work, formal dinners, it was so routine. But one day, Brown came into Ashley's life. Their meeting had happened by itself. The woman was waiting for Tom at a restaurant to have dinner with her, and as was often the case, he was delayed until he finally informed her that he was running out of time and would order a driver for her. A frustrated Ashley was incredibly angry with her husband. When the driver called and said he had arrived at the location, she headed for the exit. But it turned out that she accidentally elbowed a passing man. It turned out to be Brown. "Be careful," he said, having had time to appreciate all the woman's virtues. She looked him over and immediately knew she liked him. His brown eyes, dark skin, and shiny black hair added to his appeal. Ashley was transformed into a coquette in an instant. Lifting her left shoulder, she smiled. "Sorry, I'm so clumsy," Ashley mumbled. "Nonsense," Brown replied, and then called his name while extending his right hand. Ashley, looking him in the eye, introduced herself in return, and then allowed him to draw her away with him. The woman called the driver to remind her, and Ashley told him that she'd changed her mind and wasn't going anywhere. The driver insisted, but Ashley simply disconnected the phone. She and Brown had a delicious dinner, and then the latter offered a driver to drive her. Ashley protested, expressing her reluctance to do so. "And what do you suggest?" Her new acquaintance inquired with a smile. "Let's go to your place instead," she said. Brown definitely liked her train of thought. "Why, that's a good suggestion." "I like it," he mumbled, pulling the woman close to him. Ashley moved her gaze from his eyes to his lips, and they both understood each other. After that evening, Brown and Ashley began seeing each other regularly. They loved being together, new emotions, new experiences. It was so easy. Once, when Brown and Ashley, after the restaurant, stayed alone in his apartment, the woman mentioned that she was tired of her usual life. "What are you so tired of?" Brown asked her. Natalia picked up on it. "I don't know myself," she answered, and then turning to face him, she added, "I feel so good with you. I'd go somewhere where no one would find us." "So what are we waiting for?" Brown asked a counter-question. Ashley laughed. "Where would you and I go? Your paycheck won't last us long," she said. That didn't sound pleasant, but it was a fact. Ashley was used to a life of luxury, and she wasn't about to give it up. A new closet, trips, vacations, expensive restaurants, a nice car. It was all part of normal life for her. "So let's find a way to get rich," Brown whispered, gently touching her body and covering her shoulders with kisses. Ashley closed her eyes and drowned in his caresses. "You know, there's someone who can share with us," she replied. "Wow, who's that?" "My dear husband. Have you forgotten?" Ashley grinned. "What are you suggesting?" He didn't know where she was going with this yet. "To make him share it with us," she said, as if it were a matter of course. "You're so smart," Brown said, lifting her up a little. Then he picked her up in his arms and carried her to the bed. The two moved on to more explicit games, leaving behind crumpled sheets. When their passion subsided, Ashley lit a cigarette. I meant what I said about my husband, she said, taking a drag from the cigarette smoke. I always knew you were a determined woman, Brown replied. It's unbearable to live with someone you don't love, she said thoughtfully, pressing the cigarette to her lips again. All it takes is one action, and we'll get everything we want. Ashley let out a series of rings of smoke. You have to take care of it, she added, staring straight ahead. It was like she was pretty sure Brown would agree. Aren't you afraid at all? He suddenly asked. You always have to be brave to achieve your goals, she said quietly. Sacrifices have to be made, she added. Brown's eyes fluttered as he looked at this mesmerizingly beautiful woman. Like a pendulum, she had him pinned to her, possessing him, and Brown was indeed willing to do much for her. Since Ashley was Tom's legal wife, she would automatically take over the business upon his death, and one day Tom's murderer was commissioned. He was promised a good reward for a job well done. But when Tom arrived home and met Ashley, she was very happy to see him. She behaved as usual, though it was all a mask. She had kept in constant touch with Brown the last few days. And when Tom suddenly remembered that he needed to put together a packet of paperwork for a customer, Ashley immediately took notice. When Tom was already out the door and down the stairs, Ashley called Brown, informing him that her husband had left for the office. He contacted the hitman, who immediately drove to the scene. He caught Tom with his back to him. For some reason, he was in no hurry to pull the trigger. He knew perfectly well that he was facing a big businessman who owned a huge dealership, and in 1 second he could take his life. What kind of pleasure is it to realize that the life of such a man is in your hands? The killer wanted to face him. When Tom turned around suddenly, he didn't expect to see an ordinary man. He didn't look pathos or pompous, and that came as a surprise to him. After all, he had assumed that such big shots were quite filled with greed, vanity, and confidence that they were much better and more successful than others. But now the assassin was looking at a completely ordinary man. Yes, he was certainly well dressed. He was standing in the middle of a study with expensive interior, resting his palm on a solid wood desk. This discovery made the mercenary hesitate, but he pulled himself together and squeezed the trigger. The bullet reached its target, and Tom fell to the floor. The assassin, having previously made a mess of the closets on video, hurriedly fled. He was sure he had done a quality job, but he was wrong. The clock struck midnight, and the guard, whom everyone knew as Johnson, went for a little walk around the building. Lately, he had begun to feel ill. His doctor had advised him to walk more often and do simple exercises for his knee. Following the advice, Johnson climbed the stairs to the top floor and walked down the hallway. At the very end, he saw a light. Who could be here at this late hour? Johnson went to check it out. But looking through the open door, he was stunned. There was a man lying on the floor among the scattered objects and papers, a huge red stain on his white shirt. And the security guard was confused at first, but quickly called an ambulance. The paramedics checked his pulse and promptly put the victim on a stretcher. The ambulance took Tom to the hospital, and the surgeon called to work was preparing for surgery. The businessman was successfully operated on, and Ben went home with peace of mind. What was Brown's surprise when the next morning, listening to the report on the past shift at the planning meeting, he realized that something had gone wrong. His wife has already been notified by us. Ashley will arrive at reception hours today, the reporter muttered. Brown turned pale, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He couldn't wait for the 15-minute planner to finish, so he could break the news to Ashley himself. Mr. Brown, can you hear me? The nurse addressed him again. What again? The head doctor interjected. You need to sign the certificate, she repeated. Yes, of course, so. The meeting is over. Valentina, come see me in an hour. I'll call the victim's relatives myself, he said, and went to his office. Frantically, he pulled out his cell phone and started calling Ashley. Panic gripped him. It had been so long. The police could surely have started an investigation. Hello, Ashley, honey, Brown said when she finally picked up the phone. What is it? She spoke in a sleepy voice, glancing at the clock that showed 8 sharp. Ashley, we're in trouble, he said, looking at the door. He felt like the police were about to walk in and arrest him. But Ashley was much tougher. Brown, first of all, calm down, please. What happened? Tom is alive. He's in my hospital right now, the head doctor explained. He walked over to the bar and poured himself a whiskey. Taking a sip, he felt himself relaxing. Got you. Wait for me. I'll be there soon, Ashley replied in a completely different voice. 40 minutes later, she was in Brown's office. Like a whirlwind, she burst through the door. How could he miss? After all, he's a professional at what he does, Brown said. Fearing for my future, I was sure it would go quickly, quietly, and smoothly. And what happened? It turned out just the opposite. And he was operated on by the best surgeon in the hospital. Calm down. The last thing we need right now is a lot of nervousness and panic, Ashley replied coolly. She began to actively contemplate her next steps, staring intently at one point. Brown watched her beautiful face. Perfect makeup and hairstyling. She always looked gorgeous under any circumstances. Suddenly, Ashley raised her eyes to Brown. I think I've thought of something, the woman mumbled, keeping her eyes on him. He pulled back a little, as if timid before her gaze. What do you mean? He dared to ask, though he didn't really want to hear the answer. Ashley, with her ability to be ruthless, was truly awe-inspiring. Did I say I? Ashley interjected. You're going to do this for me, she added, looking at the bottle of whiskey. And I'm like a faithful, devoted wife to my beloved husband, Ashley mouthed as she lifted the left corner of her mouth. Brown looked at her. You're amazing, brave. I've never met anyone like you before. He seriously admired this brave yet crazy woman. He returned and handed Ashley a thin glass tube with a cap. She stared at him intently. Her gaze was filled with an abnormal greenish light, like that of a witch or a possessed person. Ashley, having gotten the poison, immediately continued with the task at hand. She was determined and would not back down after giving her husband the first portion of the poisonous substance. Then the wife immediately began to collect documents for the re-registration of the company. Thanks to the available money, Ashley contacted the best lawyer and, putting on the mask of a poor, unhappy wife who has a dearly beloved husband at death, told him the story that now on her fragile female shoulders lay a huge and serious business. Advise me, please, what to do, she asked, sobbing into the phone receiver. I hear you, Ashley. To discuss everything and get into the details, I'd rather have a meeting. I'm sure that would be convenient for both you and me, the lawyer mumbled. Ashley agreed. The meeting was scheduled at one of the restaurants. She was slightly surprised to see such an attractive young man in front of her. The waiter brought coffee and then left them alone together. My name is Jack, he introduced himself, and then proceeded to talk in more detail about the difficult situation poor Ashley had been forced into. The more Jack talked about the intricacies and possible workarounds to make the paperwork go faster, the more Ashley realized that this was the man she had been looking for all her life. Jack was a businesslike, charming, and moderately stern man. He knew so much that his intelligence simply won Ashley over. Looking at him, she didn't notice how her feminine charm and playfulness had come out in all its glory. You're so smart, Ashley stretched out. I admit that you have literally impressed me with your knowledge. You've made me feel so safe and secure, she said, then lowered her gaze. Meanwhile, the lawyer took a moment to take another look at her beauty, her graceful lines. He decided that this woman was too good to be in such misery. Right now, all he could do for her was help her deal with the whole affair. Do you need a ride? He offered. And Ashley, raising her big dark eyes to him, agreed. Jack opened the car door for her and helped her get in. Soon they pulled up in front of the house. He caught himself thinking that he hated to part with her. We'll be in touch. Call me if you feel sad or uneasy, the lawyer mumbled. Ashley looked up at him and smiled. And then suddenly she touched his lips, very lightly, unobtrusively, as if thanking him in that way. Then she got out of the car and headed for her house. Yes, she had succeeded in turning his head. But was she lying now? After all, Jack had left an unforgettable impression on her, too. And so while Ashley and Brown tried to take out the one and only witness, she did not sit idly by. When she finally waited for Ben to arrive, she immediately informed him that Tom needed to be rushed out of the hospital. You can trust me. Can you? No. But I know for a fact that his wife wants to poison her husband, Emily declared. Where did you get such a bold assumption? I stopped Ashley from doing it today, switched her water, and afterward I caught the two of them together, she added. The two of whom? Ben didn't understand, and she looked into his clear blue eyes and thought that such a talented man with a huge heart was hardly capable of thinking ill of people. Tom's wife and our head doctor had been mentioned by Emily. I think Ben had heard something like that before, but on the other hand, why would Emily lie or make things up? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Ashley is in the head doctor's office right now, and they're not clear on what they're doing. The nurse told him to be more convincing. Ben thought for a moment, then asked, "When do you ever get any rest at home?" "It's been a whole week now." "You're here at night all the time." Emily was quiet for a moment, and then replied that she just really needed the money, and that's why she was taking more extra shifts. "I see," Ben replied. Satisfied with her answer, Emily reminded him to hurry because Ashley could return to Tom's room at any moment and finish her no-good deed. To start, the surgeon quietly walked over to the head doctor's office and listened. There were indeed two men talking there. One voice belonged to Brown and the other to the woman who was apparently Ashley, the one Emily kept going on and on about. "We have to hurry," the surgeon whispered. Together they entered Tom's room. The man was still conscious. Ben gently told him that he required special care at the moment. A little later he added that his life was in danger, and it would be a good idea if they left the hospital immediately. "Is it that serious?" muttered Tom in a weak voice. "Your wife, she's not the person she claims to be," Emily mumbled. She realized that this information would come as a shock to Tom, but he had to know who he should be wary of. "Wait, are you guys serious now?" Tom even grinned. "Ashley loves me," he muttered. As he uttered those words, he looked back and forth at Emily and Ben, and unfortunately he couldn't get confirmation of his words in their looks. "Tell me, do you have a place, an apartment, a room, that no one knows about, not even your wife?" Ben inquired. Tom gave him the address. The surgeon took note, then left the room to prepare the man and the gurney for transport. Tom was still suffering from weakness. He was reluctant to get to his feet. Emily stayed with him, and only a minute later Ashley walked in. Seeing the nurse in front of her once again, she indignantly announced that she was fired as of today. "Were you deliberately hounding me to waterboard me again?" she questioned in an indignant voice, not paying the slightest attention to the fact that her husband was looking at her. "Not at all. I apologize for that incident," Emily mumbled. "It's just that as a nurse I make my nightly rounds, checking on the sick, asking if they need anything. Here your husband came to his senses, and I was going to let you know," she said as she looked at the sick man. Ashley, hearing this, shifted her eyes to her husband and froze for a moment. Indeed, Tom was looking at her with his own eyes. He was alive, even though she was feeding him poison on a regular basis. At first the wife was even speechless, but then she came to her senses and feigned joy. "Oh, darling, you're awake, God," she said, diligently squeezing the false tears out of her eyes. "I was so worried about you. So worried," she continued to lie. "God heard my prayers." "You're awake," she said, resting her head on his sheet-covered feet. "Sweet nurse, could you give us some privacy?" she suddenly addressed Emily, distracted from her feigned joy. Emily immediately shifted her gaze to Tom. She was looking at him as if she wanted to tell him not to fall for her wife's tricks in any way. "I think Tom is still too weak to dialogue," she mumbled, trying to derail their communication. "And I think a lot of things just seem to you," Ashley answered her in a raised tone and with defiance in her voice. Tom noticed that his wife was slightly annoyed, but why was she snapping at the nurse? "Honey, don't worry. I'm sure after the nurse finishes all the necessary procedures, she'll invite you back to see me again," Tom mumbled as he glanced at Emily. "Sure, you'll get some rest, and then you can get back in touch with your wife," the nurse replied. Ashley pressed her lips together. She didn't like the way this nurse once again behaved. But there was nothing left for the wife to do, and she headed for the exit. As she left, she gave Emily a particularly angry look. The look made the nurse uncomfortable. As soon as Ashley was out the door, Emily made sure she disappeared into the hallway. A little while later, Ben appeared in the room. "We're all set. We can move out," he said. "And we need to be careful. Ashley just came by. Brown could show up at any moment," Emily warned him. The surgeon glanced at Tom. He seemed to have realized after seeing his wife that he really had better hide in a secluded place as soon as possible. So while Ashley complained to Brown about another run-in with Emily, he and Ben and his friend quickly placed Tom on a stretcher and loaded him into the car. The driver hit the gas hard, and within seconds the car began to move away from the hospital. Meanwhile, he left the office and went in search of her. Gritting his teeth, he continued to search. After all, this girl, but he could not find the nurse. He went back to his office. Ashley came in a little later. Her face was pale and her eyes narrowed with anger. "There's no one there," she exclaimed. "I know, I've already looked all over." "Emily is nowhere to be found," Brown replied. "And that's not what I mean," Ashley said in a low tone. "What do you mean?" Brown didn't understand. "Tom isn't in the room," the woman, who was overwhelmed with anger, explained to him. "What are you talking about?" The head doctor didn't believe her. "Maybe you've got the wards mixed up," he suggested. "Someone took him out," Ashley declared. They rushed to the room where Tom was supposed to be lying, quite by accident. The head doctor noticed boot prints on the floor. He approached the guard at the front desk and demanded the video camera footage. He started to say something about a computer malfunction, but Brown wouldn't listen to him, kicking him out of his desk. He opened the right window and watched as the surgeon, along with Emily and another man, loaded Tom, lying on a stretcher, into the car. "Shit," the head doctor pronounced, glancing at Ashley. "We need to get out of here immediately. If they start looking for us, it's all over," he said. In the meantime, Tom was brought to the apartment that was the only place he could be alone with himself. He needed care, so Emily stayed with him. She wished Ben could stay here too, but he said he was expected home. It took the nurse a while to figure out who it could be, until a call came in on Ben's cell phone. "Yes, Ashley. My sunshine, I'm on my way back. It's okay, kisses," he replied. Emily hadn't realized that the surgeon's heart was busy, and the wedding ring he now wore on his ring finger again only confirmed that fact. And Tom, who still feared for his life, called his best friend who worked as a detective. His name was Alex, and he was already aware of some of the events in Tom's life. He immediately assembled a task force and continued the investigation related to the attempted murder of the director of the dealership. The next day, Ben came to work as usual. He was summoned to his office by the head doctor from very early in the morning. He informed him that he had been fired. Ben demanded an explanation, but the head doctor advised him to quietly and calmly write a letter of resignation. Meanwhile, Ashley, realizing that everything was gone and she had to run away as soon as possible, desperately tried to open the safe in her husband's office. She didn't care if she got her hands on the business. The most important thing for her now was to stay free. After several attempts, the safe did give way. Stacks of neatly folded bills stood before her. Ashley didn't have time to enjoy them, however, because she heard behind her back, "You're under arrest." The woman turned around and saw several stout men in police uniforms standing in front of her. Among them she recognized Mr. Brown, with whom she had recently talked about the business paperwork. Fortunately, the truth was revealed and Tom saw the true face of his beloved wife. Together with Mr. Brown, they received the appropriate punishment. After the trial, Tom returned to his apartment together with Emily. He was very grateful to this girl for unselfish care and for the time she decided to spend on him. It happens that fate prepares for us the most incredible turns with an unexpected development of events. Also, a simple nurse, Emily could not imagine that so soon she will find her happiness together with Tom. After inheriting her parents' house, her older sister kicks Jennifer and her baby out onto the street. And when she finds out ... day 4. Could she really do that? Veronica asked in despair. It's not fair. Her mother Jennifer led her gaze along the walls of the small but very cozy room, where every little thing, every detail was dear and filled with memories, though not always pleasant, at the mere thought that a quiet and measured life had suddenly come to an end. A chill ran down her spine. Irma has every right to do that, Jennifer said at last. What about us? There's nothing we can do but leave. The tiny flicker of hope in Veronica's eyes faded. She lowered her fluffy dark eyelashes, shrank into a ball, and was silent. Not by years smart and serious Veronica was about to graduate from the 10th grade and then go to conquer the big city so as not to repeat the fate of her mother. The hotness with which Veronica was interested in their future fate was unnecessary. She knew that her mother was telling the truth and that they had no other choice, but despite that, she still didn't want to believe what was happening. It seemed like some kind of bad dream, and she was about to wake up. When she finally looked at her mother, Veronica noted with sadness that she had somehow become sad and seemed to have lost interest in what was going on since she had learned the unpleasant news. Why did grandfather do it? Exclaimed her daughter in anger. Didn't he think of us? What difference does it make now? Jennifer sighed and smiled with just her lips. It's time to pack. Please don't take too much. We won't be any better off with a heavy load. Slowly rising to her feet, Jennifer reached across the table and began to pick up the papers, folding them neatly into a tattered cardboard folder. Finally, she found the unfortunate sheet that had divided their lives into before and after. After running her eyes over the smooth lines, satisfied that there could be no mistake, Jennifer folded it in half and put it away. Jennifer was born in a small village, lingering among the countless small villages scattered across the map of the region like wild apples on the ground at the end of summer. Jennifer loved her native land and knew all the locals by sight, and her childhood could have been happy and carefree if it hadn't been for her mother. Madeline was never happy. She kept her daughters Jennifer and Irma under strict control, never letting them off the hook for a minute, as well as her husband Bernard, who was more silent and tried to spend any free minute outside the house, doing the housework. Unlike her older sister Irma, Jennifer always did what her mother told her to do, trying to please her and earn her approval. But despite her best efforts, she never managed to earn her mother's love. Irma was 5 years older than her sister, and her mother's character. So often quarrels broke out in the house, which even Bernard could not extinguish. It became increasingly difficult to get along together, and therefore, driven by the desire to get out from under the wing of an oppressive mother, Irma soon after graduation married and left the village. Jennifer, on the other hand, stayed. She married a seemingly decent and quiet young man named Ashley, and after a while she gave birth to his daughter Veronica. All would be nothing, but family life under one roof with Madeline did not add up, and to find their corner young could not because of the banal lack of money. In the end, notwithstanding the quarrels with his mother-in-law, Ashley suggested Jennifer to go to the other side of the country to his distant relative. The idea was tempting, but too risky. So Jennifer, unaccustomed to such sudden changes, hesitated. "What are we going to do if your uncle drives us away?" she asked again and again when her husband talked about moving. And the work. "What if we can't find a job? Besides, my mom will be against it." Why ask her at all? My husband got angry. "Let's go. Your sister did the right thing. She packed her bags and left. She's married and happy now." "I can't just leave like that," Jennifer objected. "And Veronica, what about her without her grandmother?" "Either you come with me, or I'm going alone. You don't love me anyway, and I don't love you. We rushed the wedding, Ashley said dryly. You know that. I'm not ready to stay here for my daughter and put up with your mother. And there are no good jobs in this town, and there never will be. You decide for yourself. Just remember my word, you'll have no peace with your mother as long as she's around. The confession that her husband did not love her took Jennifer by surprise. Of course, she herself realized that there had never been any real, genuine feelings in their relationship, but she didn't dare say it out loud. And why would she? Is there such a thing as true love? Looking at her parents' marriage, Jennifer sadly realized that her father was unhappy but couldn't leave because of the children. Ashley was like her father in some ways, just as calm, sensible, and non-confrontational. The only difference was that he wasn't afraid to start over. Leaving his wife and daughter in confusion, Ashley packed his things and went to spend the night at a neighbor's house, giving Jennifer a couple of days to think about it. It is not known whether he really wanted them to go with him, or whether he offered it out of pity, generosity, or other motives. But upon learning of the refusal, he quietly packed up and left the settlement for good. At first, Jennifer missed her husband. Without him, the house became simply unbearable. But there was no place to leave her parents with a small child in her arms, and Ashley hadn't left her an exact address where he was going. From the day her son-in-law left, Madeline had taken Jennifer in her stride. She wouldn't let her get away with her advice and reproaches, calling her daughter inept and unfit for the role of a real mother. Jennifer had nothing to do but grit her teeth and be patient and silent. So as soon as Veronica went to kindergarten, Jennifer took a job at a local farm to be home less often. When Veronica turned 9, Madeline was gone. And as awful as it sounds, Jennifer breathed a sigh of relief for a while. Her father wasn't too sad about his wife either, and after a couple of months he took a fancy to one of the neighbors and moved in with her, leaving Jennifer and Veronica in the care of the owners. From that moment on, their free life began. The daughter went to school, and Jennifer, having changed several jobs in the village, got a job in the school canteen, which was quite satisfactory. Trouble came when they weren't expecting it. A few years later, Bernard suddenly fell ill. He was rushed from one doctor to another, who could not find out the cause of his illness. He wasted precious time. When the diagnosis was finally made, there was no help for him, and the woman with whom Bernard had been living for the past few years had grown cold to him, apparently unwilling to take on the burden. Jennifer took her father's departure hard. Unlike her mother, he loved her, and sometimes was the only person who was interested in what was happening in her daughter's life. It seemed that things couldn't get any worse. But how mistaken she was. A few weeks later, after a little more peace of mind, Jennifer decided to look at some old color photographs of people who had been gone for a long time, frozen in time. As she pulled out a photo album covered in a soft red cloth from the dresser, she noticed a small envelope lying in the far corner of the drawer, unremarkable. It piqued her genuine interest. Looking inside, Jennifer found some paper, unfolding it and dropping the heavy photo album from her hands. At the noise, her daughter came running in. "Mom, are you hurt? What's wrong?" Approaching her mother, Veronica was scared out of her wits. Jennifer silently moved her lips and, eyes wide open, looked somewhere in the distance. How could he? "Who, Mom?" Veronica asked. "Sit down. I'll get some water." "Nothing," Jennifer whispered. "What's going to happen to us now?" "Veronica, my Veronica." Throwing the envelope and the ill-fated sheet on the dresser, Jennifer covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Nothing seemed to be able to calm her down and bring her to her senses. Veronica didn't understand what was happening. So, without waiting for permission, she grabbed the paper and started reading. "It can't be," she whispered. "So our house belongs to Irma?" He signed it over to her. Jennifer exclaimed and collapsed helplessly on the couch, hiding her face in the cushion. "But you said Auntie has her own house," said Veronica. "Mom, don't cry, please. She's not going to throw us out on the street. We're kin. And why would she want that wreck?" Jennifer was silent. She didn't want to upset her daughter. She couldn't quite believe it was true. How could he? The man to whom she had given all her warmth and affection as a child, whom she had nursed and been with to her last breath. They had never spoken of the inheritance. Jennifer was afraid of offending her father, and she did not want to start this conversation, believing to the last that everything would be all right. However, reading the stamped paper, she clearly remembered the numbers when it was signed. That made it especially painful. "Shall we talk to your aunt?" Veronica suggested. "Do you want me to come with you?" Grandpa said Irma's a good person. "She just has a hard life." Wiping away the tears that rolled from her eyes against her will, Jennifer struggled to calm herself. "No, don't, darling. I'll go and see her myself. Especially since it's been so long since we've seen each other. We'll have something to talk about." Jennifer had planned her trip thoroughly. The road to the village, where her sister had lived all these years, was not close. Besides, it was necessary to think it over. She had rehearsed the most important part of the conversation dozens of times. Even so, it wasn't certain until the end how her sister would react to the news. They hadn't seen Irma in over a decade. Having met the last time quite by chance in the passport office of the regional center, Irma behaved coldly and aloofly. They exchanged a couple of meaningless phrases with her sister and bragged a little about their lives. Quickly, she said goodbye. She did not communicate with her father, took no interest in her mother's affairs, and spoke only of herself. Nor did she come later, when her parents needed her, and when they first one and then the other were gone. It was not difficult to find the house. In the small village where her sister had lived all these years, people were very talkative and curious, and therefore gladly pointed the way to a stone, two-story house with a rather large, by local standards, plot, which stood out among the others. However, Jennifer did not manage to go inside beyond the fence. Her sister, seeing a familiar face, quickly stepped outside the fence and closed the gate behind her. Wrapping herself in a light lilac jacket, which the cool spring wind had mussed, she stepped over a large puddle and found herself on a slippery but smooth surface of ice that had not yet melted. Time seemed to have no power over Irma's appearance. She was still young and well-groomed, with dark, arched eyebrows and a slightly prominent chin. She looked at the world as ruthlessly and irritably as her mum once had. Jennifer didn't remember her mum young, but judging by the old photographs stored in her dresser drawer, they were practically the same face. "Why are you here?" Irma asked at once. "Hello, you look so much better," Jennifer remarked sincerely. "We need to talk to you about something. I know about the fresher part without you. But it's not a good time, because I've got a lot on my plate," said Irma, with a haughty look. Jennifer felt a sudden urge to tell her what was on her mind, but held back and asked, "Why didn't you come to see your father? He waited for you until the last minute. He wanted to see you." "Is that why you're here?" Irma exclaimed. "I phoned and spoke to your husband. He said he'd pass on Dad's request." "So what if you didn't come?" "So there wasn't time. That's all. I don't have dinner ready, and the kids are coming home from school." Jennifer laughed and then sighed and told the whole story straightforwardly, without holding back. As she spoke, Irma's face stretched and then took on a very satisfied expression. There she laughed. "There is justice in this world. I don't see why he signed the house over to you. Could it be some mistake? We're both his daughters." Irma pushed her eyebrows together. "Are you trying to get your hands on the inheritance? Living there all these years while we've been squatting and renting. And now you think it's going to go back to the way it was?" "No, darling, if my father left the house to me, then that's the way it has to be," her sister hissed. "You'd better get your things together quick. It won't be much to sell, but it'll be money well spent." "Wait, where are we going to go? I don't have money to rent a place. And where in the middle of nowhere would you find an empty house to live in?" Jennifer said at a loss. "Veronica has just over a year of school left. And then she'll go to college. If you do decide to sell, then let us stay at least until next summer. And then you can do whatever you want." "No, you have your family, I have mine. By the way, I need money as much as you do. The kids are growing by leaps and bounds. I'm sick of buying them clothes," Irma exclaimed. "Pack your bags and hurry up." She turned round without another word and went quickly out of the wicket door. The cool spring wind blew in his face, as if trying to dull the pain that kept him from breathing. Feeling devastated, Jennifer walked away, bitterly realizing that she no longer had a sister. Who was this woman who had looked down on her a few minutes ago? And what had she and Veronica done to deserve that attitude? She didn't remember how she got home. Jennifer had gone out into the hay by nightfall and, without even undressing, had gone straight to bed. She didn't want to tell her daughter the details of her meeting with Irma, to upset her and tell her that as of today, they had nothing but a pile of useless things. Jennifer kept it all to herself for a few days, denying it, and then told Veronica about her sister's decision. As she packed her things, Jennifer felt nothing. She didn't seem to care what happened next. And she might have, if it hadn't been for Veronica. Her daughter wasn't herself and kept replaying the situation in her mind, and then started looking for a way out. She was going to stay with a school friend, then she suggested staying at the local school, having made an agreement with the watchman, and then she was going to go to the district center and stay with someone she knew who had left the village not so long ago. Canceling her options, Jennifer began to come to her senses. What was she really? A daughter can still be said, a child thinking about the future, and a grown woman just mourns the betrayal of her sister and father. From these thoughts in the soul grew resentment. Dropping her traveling bag on the bench, Jennifer straightened up abruptly and looked at Veronica, who was pacing back and forth in the room, and asked, "Put the kettle on, will you? And I'll walk to the shop, while I'll buy something tasty. When was the last time we ate sweets?" Just for no reason, no occasion, Jennifer smiled, looking out of the window. "I don't remember either. It's such lovely weather today. And it's a day off." Veronica was silent for a long time, watching her mother take out clothes from the wardrobe, and then she asked quietly, with a pleading tone in her voice, "Mum, maybe you shouldn't." "Don't what?" "Don't go, please," the daughter whispered. "Clinton's dad went out to fix the car and never came back. Darren told me that no one could even think at the time. That dad was unusually cheerful and happy in the morning. And then they found him in the garage. All that debt. Don't, Mum. How will I be alone? I don't have a father. He doesn't need me. You haven't seen what he's like. I don't have anyone else but you." Veronica was overwhelmed and rushed forward. She grabbed her mum's hand, so hard that even if she wanted to, it would be impossible to get free. Her daughter's eyes filled with tears. Jennifer had never seen her like this. She had never imagined that her daughter could have such terrible thoughts in her head. "Veronica, what the hell are you thinking? Spit, where am I going to go? Did you really think I'd just leave you here alone? Never, never, that's going to happen. Do you hear me? You're the only person I love." Jennifer hugged her daughter. "I just wanted to take my mind off the endless packing. And I wanted to have a word with Mrs. Monica. She knows everyone here. Maybe she can help us with our situation. It's no big deal what happened. Trust me, we're alive and well. That's what matters. Walls, a roof over our heads, that's what matters." She held her daughter tightly to herself and, breathing in the pleasant scent of vanilla, which smelled of her thick hair, gathered in a braid, whispered, "That's it. Let's go and get the kettle. We'll take an appetizing walk together, and you'll choose the cake yourself." Veronica nodded silently, but did not let her mother out of her embrace for a long time. It was only at that moment that Jennifer realized that her seemingly cheerful and sensible daughter was actually very worried and afraid of being left alone in the world. Just as Jennifer had once feared that her mother would kick her out of the house. She had threatened to, and more than once. As she hugged her daughter, Jennifer remembered her sister. How friendly they had been. She thought Irma was a kindred spirit, albeit one of contradictions. Dependent on her moods, but she was her own, she wouldn't betray her. When it became clear that my father could not be helped, thoughts of inheritance crept into my head. What would happen after he was gone? Apart from his 2 daughters, Bernard had no other relatives, which meant that the house, the only property he had, would go to them equally. Running through the options in her mind, Jennifer had already decided to buy her sister's share. Of course, not all at once, but to give the money in installments, if she agreed. In this area, where work was worth its weight in gold, the land was worth a penny, and even half of the old wooden house would be of no use to anyone. There was no way to sell it or rent it out. People abandoned their homes and simply left for other communities where they could get a job. Jennifer understood how a few years ago their retired neighbors, who dreamed of moving to the district center, had decided to get money for their property. However, half of a stone two-family house and a small plot of land with outbuildings were not wanted. At first, the price in the advertisement was enough to buy a house in the city with additional payment. However, nobody was in a hurry to buy. Lowering the price tag, the neighbors came to the conclusion that, having given away a good house for almost nothing, they would be able to buy in the district center only a used car, and nothing more. The idea of moving remained a dream. Like the owners, the houses remained in the village. The house where Jennifer and Veronica lived was falling apart. The roof needed repair. The buildings where they used to keep cattle had rotted away, and gas had never been piped to the house. So Jennifer was sure that Irma could be negotiated with, and the situation did not seem desperate at the time. When she took the will in her hands, however, she suddenly realized that her father had left her nothing but a residence in the house, which would very soon have another owner. Irma's behavior was now unpredictable, so Jennifer decided to announce her father's decision herself, without waiting for a scandal, and to persuade her sister to give Veronica at least a year to finish the 11th grade and save some money for rented accommodation. The weather outside was marvelous, and the presence of spring was felt everywhere. A gentle, warm breeze was blowing on our faces. The sound of small brooks and tinkling drops made my ears happy, and the bright sun lightly burned their backs. As Jennifer and Veronica chatted about pleasant things, they came to a local shop on a small patch of land in the heart of the village. It was an old two-story building with carved wooden paneling on the windows. It seemed that on this Sunday afternoon, silent and as if frozen in time, there was a light inside, despite the clear day. Jennifer pulled the metal door open and entered the cramped room, which was lined on all sides with stalls, and immediately spotted the shop assistant, Mrs. Monica, chatting animatedly with a customer. Veronica said hello loudly and stepped aside to look at a counter of school supplies. Almost anything from butter to appliances could be found in the small shop. "Good afternoon, Jennifer." Mrs. Monica was pleased. "It's been a long time. I thought you were sick." Jennifer was slightly embarrassed and shrugged her shoulders as she said hello to Mrs. Monica and Pamela, who was standing by the cash register with a tightly stuffed cloth bag. "No, not at all. There was just no need." "It's good to have a full fridge," Pamela smiled as she put her shopping away. "There's a lot of stuff in today, so you're just in time. I made a mess too. I don't know how to carry it." Talkative and always friendly, Jennifer liked the local woman for her directness and kindness. Pamela had long since retired after working at the local paramedic station. For more than 30 years, she helped Jennifer out many times when she needed to administer treatment to her daughter, even after she retired and the paramedic station closed for lack of a specialist. "You take your time," Jennifer asked. "We'll get ourselves together now, Veronica, and help carry the shopping home." "Oh no, it's embarrassing to chase you." Jennifer looked reproachfully at Pamela and, touching her shoulder, said, "It's a pleasure. Besides, it's more fun to walk together." "That's right, Jennifer," Mrs. Monica nodded, leaning against the counter. "Don't be stubborn, Pam. You've been helping everyone for how long? Even though you don't have to. You should know how to accept help when it's offered." "So, Veronica, have you chosen anything? Is this cake tasty?" Veronica asked, pointing her finger at the display case, behind which stood a sponge cake with buttercream. "It's the first time I've seen such a cake. And what's more, it's fresh. You should try it. There's a lot of choice these days. If it's a matter of money, I can lend you some. You always pay me back on time." "No thanks, we'll pay you back right away," Jennifer sighed. "I was wondering what I wanted to ask you. Do you know if anyone in the neighborhood needs an AO pair? Residential only." Mrs. Monica's already large eyes widened, highlighted by dark shadows. "You've decided to get a part-time job. But why live in? Veronica and I will need a roof over our heads at least until the end of the school year, and then we'll move to a village or district center," Jennifer admitted. "Wait," Mrs. Monica shook her head. "What about your house?" Reluctantly, choosing her words carefully, Jennifer outlined the situation. Of course, she didn't want rumors about the will to spread in the village, but that would inevitably happen after she and Veronica left the house. When she had finished listening, Mrs. Monica was loudly indignant, and Pamela looked at Jennifer sorrowfully and shook her head. "I apologize for my French," the shopgirl blurted out. "Only your sister Irma," Pamela interrupted her. "There's a baby here." "Oh, all right, she has no conscience." "That's what I was going to say. How can you kick your own sister out of your door? What about the grandfather? Granddad? I don't know how to help you. We have people squatting on each other's houses, and some people just abandon them. But they're no longer fit to live in, and we can't find owners. I'd invite you to my place, but I can't. We live together, kids and grandkids." "Jennifer, move in with me," Pamela suddenly said. "I'm all alone in a big house, not counting the 3 cats, of course. There's plenty of room for everyone, and it wouldn't be boring." "Really?" Jennifer was surprised. "Of course you're like family to me." "Well done, Pamela. And tell Irma that if she comes to the village, she must keep her nose out of the shop. Though if I were you, I wouldn't mess with her at all. Get the cake and get the candy." Mrs. Monica was getting a bag of chocolates from under the counter. "No money." "Then take them, my good ones." "No, I won't take it for free," Jennifer replied, smiling and wagging her head. "That's the last thing I need." "All right, you can pay me back later. When are you coming?" "Don't even think about looking for the purse now," Mrs. Monica said. "That family. They're nothing but trouble. No order." With a box of cake, fruit and sweets in a bag, Mrs. Monica handed out the treats. "Veronica, come here," she said, and without objection, said goodbye. Jennifer walked out of the shop together with the weighty bag, Pamela and Veronica with the sweets. The bright sunshine from indoors was blinding to the eyes. There were puddles and streams everywhere that they had to jump over. Veronica looked around thoughtfully and remained silent, listening to the conversation of the adults. "Come tomorrow morning and I'll have everything ready for you tonight," said Pamela. "I'll ask Donald to drive the car and don't worry about a thing. There's plenty of room." "Thank you so much." Jennifer thanked her, feeling a stinging sensation in her nose. "I don't know how to thank you. We won't be staying long. We'll move as soon as we find a place." "And don't even think about it. You'll live here until Veronica finishes school. We'll get a bite to eat, and then you can decide." Pamela took the bag from Jennifer's hands, not letting her bring it into the house, and for several minutes looked at her as if she wanted to say something, but could not make up her mind. "Well, run along and get your tea, or it may be spring, but you'll get a cold." Jennifer and Veronica walked back towards the house after Pamela's eyes. "Mom, I'm sorry about what I said to you today," Veronica said suddenly. "It's okay. You see, once we got outside and put off unpacking, the problem solved itself. We'll stay with Pamela. We'll help her with her chores. She's a very nice woman." "Yeah, you know I like her. I remember she always had candy in her cupboard for guests. And not just any candy, but chocolate. You'll work, and I'll help around the house." Jennifer smiled. "What about school?" "That's in the morning. And the evening is free." Towards evening, when it was beginning to get dark outside, Pamela phoned and, after talking a little about distractions, asked, "Would you come round for half an hour? Not without Veronica." "Okay," Jennifer said thoughtfully. "Is something wrong?" No, I just want to talk about the move. To be honest, I need some help. Just a little bit of help getting things out, putting things away." "Why didn't you say so in the first place?" "I'm on my way." "Take your time. I'll put the kettle on." Promising not to stay out too late, Jennifer gathered some treats for tea, threw on her coat, and hurried into the center of the village. Pamela lived not far from the square where the 2 shops were located, the only single-story stone buildings for dozens of kilometers. The house, with its blue shutters decorated with intricate patterns, was a delight to the eye. Behind the small hedge there was always perfect order. Pamela had once kept livestock and used the space for useful crops, but the years had taken their toll. Now she had enough for a small plot. In addition, there was almost no energy left for a whole farm. But despite this, the land did not fall into disrepair and was neatly sown with a lawn. The porch was lined with amazing animal figurines, made from improvised materials during the long winter evenings. When she met Jennifer on the doorstep, Pamela made a fuss, urging her to go straight to the kitchen and get some tea to warm her up. What about the help? Jennifer wondered, taking off her outer garments. First things first, then tea. It's nothing. We can be done in a couple of minutes. Well, I've got some sweets for tea, too. No, why? Veronica said you should try the cake. Jennifer smiled. It's delicious. Pamela's gray-blue eyes sparkled and her lips stretched into a smile. Good. But I'll be doing the catering tomorrow. It's a housewarming party. The sweet smell of strawberries wafted through the spacious kitchen, and cups with tea bags dipped in them were already on the table. Pamela fidgeted about as if she were very worried. When she finally sat down at the table, she was silent for a long time. Stirring the sugar in her tea, Pamela stared thoughtfully straight ahead. Is something wrong? Jennifer couldn't help it. Is it just me, or are you upset? Let's take a personal name, Pamela suggested. Okay, nothing's just wrong. Oh, I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know how to start. We need to talk about your parents, your father. Jennifer was surprised. If you think I'm angry about what he did, you're wrong. It's not that, Pamela dismissed, rubbing the warm skirt with her fingertips. Before we live under the same roof, I have a secret to tell you that I can't keep any longer. Pamela looked up at Jennifer and added, I hope you understand. I hope you'll understand. Didn't I tell you before? You didn't tell me what it was about. I don't understand anything, Jennifer admitted. Give me time and you'll find out everything, Pamela asked. Your mother Madeline gave birth to Irma very early. She didn't want children at all and told everyone that one should live for one's own pleasure, not for washing nappies and listening to children's cries in the middle of the night. But fate laughed at her. Their meeting with Bernard, who was not yet her husband, almost immediately led to pregnancy. Everything would be all right, the matter would be remedied. But her parents, as soon as they found out about her situation, immediately decided to play a wedding so that it would not be ashamed in front of people. Perhaps Madeline could have avoided the antenatal clinic without asking permission. But then there would have been a huge scandal. Your grandmother was a very powerful woman. It was quickly arranged without asking the young ones. And by spring, Irma was born. Beautiful, just like her mother. I told Madeline at once that the girl was a copy of her. But she got angry with me and confessed in her heart that the child was a disorder. And so it went. Irma grew up with no one to help her, and a character like her mother's. I always thought my parents loved her more than they loved me, Jennifer said. At least my mother made an example of my sister every chance she got. Pamela waved her hand. She made an example of your sister, but she didn't like the girl one bit. Then you came along. By then Madeline was living on her own, working and living well. Bernard was making good money on the farm, and so they had everything except love. Pamela looked at Jennifer strangely. Her look was thoughtful at first, and then became frightened, as if she had remembered something unpleasant. So I was an unplanned and unloved child too? Jennifer asked, not understanding why Pamela was silent for so long. You're different. In what way? I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but no one else will tell but me. About what? Jennifer wondered. When Irma was 4, your mum fell in love. Not with her husband, who by then was still trying desperately to earn her affection, but with another man, Pamela said, looking away. Tall, statuesque, with character, but 15 years older than Madeline. A lot of people liked him, but not everyone was looking at him. And he'd been married a long time. Except your mum would do anything to be with him. A man may be a man, but he's not blind. Obviously, he realized she liked him. And one day he reciprocated. What was he thinking? I don't know. But they went to mow the fields a lot more often. And they were always seeing each other that summer. I don't know how they didn't catch anyone's eye. And then he decided it was time to split up. Things had gone too far. Why are you telling me this? How do you know all this? Jennifer was worried. Your mother told me when she came to me in the middle of the night, crying. It was cold, the wind was whistling, it was dark. I thought maybe someone had brought a baby or something. and then Madeline let me in. I put the kettle on and she just kept crying and crying. Then she calmed down a bit and picked up her jumper. Your mother had put on a lot of weight by then, but she put it down to unhappy love and a habit of eating her sorrows with baked goods. Pamela continued. Except that the extra kilos were deposited more on her belly. But the cycle was like clockwork. One night something moved, and then another and another. I can imagine how terrified she was when she realized what was going on. She didn't say anything to Bernard, ran out of the house in her clothes and came to me, Pamela whispered, her hand on her stomach. It was you, Jennifer. So I'm not Bernard's real daughter? But what makes her think I'm not his daughter? Jennifer, shut up. Could there be a mistake? No, Madeline knew. She and her husband had been fighting for a long time, so there was no other way. Jennifer was shivering and trying to fight the chill, asked quietly. What did she do? She made me promise not to say anything. She thought of a way out of it. She played the part of a woman who'd just found out she was pregnant. She apologized. So I wasn't born prematurely. Of course not. That's ridiculous. But everyone believed it. There was no one who knew anything about the case. Nobody looked at the papers, and Bernard didn't even bother to look at them. The main thing is that the baby was born healthy. And Madeline was so affectionate to him that he just glowed with happiness. He probably believed the baby had saved their marriage. How did he love you? He loved you to bits. He walked with the pram and got up at night. He even took sick leave from work. I was happy to see it from the outside. I thought it was all for the best. But Madeline was the one who ruined it. She had the nerve to yell at me like that. So she confessed, Jennifer blurted out, and then she realized. She was still embarrassed that the man she thought she was related to wasn't. Sure, Bernard had loved her, at least he had before. But what happened after the whole truth was revealed? Looking at Pamela, Jennifer tried to see whether she was condemning or supporting Madeline's action. But her gaze was impenetrable, and it was as if she was trying not to look at Jennifer. Pamela took a deep breath and continued. The fact that I told the truth was strange, too, when there were no witnesses to the fling. No, of course, Madeline would never have confessed. She didn't play the role of the good wife for long. Bernard was still indifferent to her. She couldn't love her children. And Irma drove her crazy with her jealousy. She saw that her father loved her little sister more. Madeline couldn't stop gossiping about that man's family. There were rumors that he wanted a child, but his wife couldn't get pregnant. But despite that, they're very happy. Was that really the case? Madeline didn't know. It's a small village. It's all out in the open. And there's plenty of gossip. It's hard to know what's true and what isn't. So, unable to wait any longer, Madeline decided to take advantage of the child and have an affair again. Here she is, her own daughter, growing up right next door. And the older she gets, the more she resembles her father. But the plan failed. That man wouldn't even listen to her. So Madeline thought of nothing better than to write him a letter that would make even the iciest heart grow cold, and handed it to him personally. But there was no reply for a long time, so another envelope was sent. And then another and another. Until at last there was a long-awaited message, which at once put a fat point in the future of the novel. He refused to meet, and he told her not to write any more letters so as not to disgrace herself. Not his name, not hers. This was the only letter she saved. Soaked with bitter tears, she kept it in her personal belongings for several years, unable to burn it. Friendly dialogue as before did not happen, although they saw each other regularly. But when they met, the man nodded discreetly, and without saying a word, averted his eyes. Was he ashamed? Madeline did not know, but she kept the letter as if she still hoped. It seemed as if this was the end of it. Pamela shook her head as if she saw an angry man who had been deceived by his wife for so many years, and added quietly, "You had just turned 14 at the time. Can you imagine how Bernard felt? To believe for so many years that his wife loved you and you were growing up to be his blood daughter. And then when he found out the truth, there was no one to blame but Madeline. That man was long gone." Jennifer, stroking the former paramedic's blossoming eyes, asked, "According to the documents, that's when he wrote the will for Irma?" Wait a minute, who was the man my mother was dating? It turns out he lived here in the township, and I might remember seeing him. I think you met him, Pamela replied. It was a pity he left early. It was Edward Richardson, my older brother. With that, Pamela slowly pulled out a stack of yellowed envelopes from the kitchen table drawer and handed them to her. These are your mother's letters. He didn't burn or throw them away either. I don't know why he kept them. Maybe he really cared about Madeline. He was just afraid to tell her so he wouldn't break up the family. Maybe these letters are yours now anyway. Where did you get them from? Jennifer asked dazedly, still not believing what was happening. She certainly remembered Edward Richardson, who lived a few doors down from them. She knew his very reserved, overly wise wife, who chased the local kids away from her apple trees. But to think that this was her father, and that the paramedic who treated the whole village was in fact a close relative, how could the little girl think of it? Her brother had given it to her shortly before. He asked me to keep it and give it to you if I had the chance. You are, after all, his only daughter. Rosemary, Edward's wife, was never able to give him a child. I heard about how Bernard found out from Madeline. When the truth came out, your mother came running to me. Pamela shook her head and said quietly, she wanted to talk. And I was the only one who knew how she cried. She said that if she could turn back time, she would never have married Bernard. She loved Edward so much. Was it a joke to live almost side by side for so many years and pretend nothing had happened? Pamela sighed. I don't know what Bernard and Madeline decided between them after the scandal. Only he's changed a lot. He became silent and indifferent to everything. But he kept to himself. And there were no rumors. Jennifer held the stack of envelopes with trembling hands, recognizing her mother's handwriting on them. She couldn't dare take the letters out. And Rosemary? I don't know anything about her fate. When her brother died, Rosemary left the village and never came back, Pamela continued. So you and I are related, Jennifer whispered. But why did you keep silent for so many years? How could I tell? Pamela waved her hands and smiled slightly. If I had opened my mouth, who would have been better off? My brother asked me to keep quiet while you were in front of your father. Besides, I was young myself when it all started. Madeline was very sorry. After all these years, to be honest, I'd like to put it behind her. But today, when I heard how Bernard and Irma treated you, I couldn't help it. And Irma, did she know about it too? I don't think so. I don't know though. She's not acting like herself right now. She's always disliked me, Jennifer admitted, remembering her sister's disgruntled face the last time they'd met. And relatives sometimes become strangers, Pamela sighed. And you, Veronica, are the closest to me now. I haven't had any children, though I've been married. I have no relatives left, so you can live here as long as you like. I'm only glad. She smiled and took the guest's hand. Jennifer felt a lump in her throat at that affectionate look and friendly smile. No one but her father and her own daughter had ever treated her so well. Pamela nodded and said, "Thank you for telling me. And the letters? I don't know what to do with them. If you want to read them, read them. And if you don't want to, throw them in the oven and don't regret it." She did. She stared at Jennifer for a few minutes, as if trying to find something on her face. You know, you do look a lot like Edward. I have pictures of him when he was young. If you want to see them, I'll show them to you. When she agreed, Pamela rose to her feet and beckoned Jennifer to follow her into the large room that served as her bedroom, study, and living room at the same time. It was homely and cozy. Green curtains with small white flowers covered the windows. Along the walls, there were 2 tall cabinets with glass doors, on the shelves of which books on medicine neighboring with plump volumes of love novels and classic literature. To the right stood a small sofa covered with a checked plaid, and next to it a table and a few chairs that had served as the former paramedic's workplace in recent years. After sitting Jennifer down on the couch, Pamela pulled a thick photo album out of the cupboard and sat it on her lap. The black and white, slightly faded by time, and the color, more recent pictures captured the happiest moments of her life. No one but Pamela, Jennifer knew. When the page turned, however, she was surprised to see a face that vaguely resembled her reflection in the mirror. The same curve of her eyebrows, the special sparkle in her eyes, the slightly upturned nose, the familiar ears. "You look very much alike, don't you?" Pamela smiled. "Edward here is a little younger than you are now." What was that genuine smile he had? It's a pity we didn't see it more often. Was it hard on them? "Why?" Jennifer echoed, keeping her eyes on the photograph. "Because of his wife Rosemary," Pamela sighed. "She's not a pretty girl, and she's not very bright either. But Edward loved her very much. So there was a reason for that. At first their family was quiet and peaceful, the envy of the world. And then Rosemary started thinking about having a baby. And she was so obsessed with it that nothing else mattered to her. Only it didn't happen. Several times in the very beginning she went to the district center, lay down to keep, and came home already all in tears and without a baby. What was to blame for that? I don't know. She didn't trust me and didn't tell me. How many illnesses are there? In a couple of years, the cheerful Rosemary turned into a taut as a string, an always disgruntled woman threat of the local children. The way she chased them away from the fence to keep them from snatching apples and ripping berries, it was maddening. Edward, too, was walking in the dark. That's when he had his affair with Madeline. It wasn't nice, of course. It's not for me to judge. I remember her, Jennifer murmured, looking at the thin woman who was hugging Edward. Only she seemed very stern and old to me then. Children see things differently. I can imagine what you thought of me when you were little, Pamela grinned. The children even called Madeline a witch. Yes, they did, because she used to complain to her parents if anyone picked berries near their house. How could I have forgotten them? And Edward's gone? When? When I was about 10, maybe? Rosemary left the village almost immediately after the house was sold. Well, we've been talking a lot. It's time for you to go home. Is Veronica going to be worried? Jennifer wanted to ask something, but instantly forgot everything and looked at her watch and gasped. Really, it's time. But what about helping you? That's what I'm here for. Pamela sighed and waved her hands. I've already dealt with everything myself. I just wanted to talk to you without Irma. So I cleaned up a little. By the way, we agreed to address each other on a first-name basis. It's a little awkward to use you. Oh, come on. Am I that old? Pamela laughed good-naturedly. Donald and I will come to you after 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm not much use to him, but I want to help in any way I can. And don't worry about anything, we'll move everything. And then we'll have a housewarming party, Jennifer said. Thank you. I mean you, Pamela. You're welcome, she said. Pamela waved after Jennifer as she walked to the door, reluctant to leave the porch for the warmth of the house. Jennifer could hardly make out the road as she slid through the puddles. It was getting dark out, and the lights in the village left much to be desired. Where there were lampposts, there were burnt-out lamps hanging over the road for weeks, and no one was in a hurry to replace them. The cool spring wind was getting under my clothes, whipping my face, making me shrink and tangle in my scarf. The thoughts in his head were jumbled, changing from one to the next, and the pictures from the past that had been in Pamela's album for so long appeared before his eyes. Which reminded me of Edward. Nothing much, really, except that he was married. He worked on the farm, like most of the locals. And his neighbor was very fond of the boys, and let them have as many apples and berries as they wanted. In secret from his wife, Jennifer could not remember if he had ever spoken to him on a heart-to-heart basis, and whether he had singled her out among the crowd of kids. When it happened, she did not even realize that they were connected. To be honest, Pamela's confession made her feel a little uncomfortable. Why hadn't Edward said anything, or even hinted at anything? Could a 10-year-old girl take such a truth seriously? More likely she would have just called her friends or her father. And Bernard, why would he do that? Was it her fault? Didn't she love her father to the last? Hadn't she nursed him back to health even when everyone, including his flatmate, had given up on him? Jennifer shook her head, struggling to shake herself out of her troubled thoughts, and approached the house, pulling open the wooden door, which immediately resounded with a long, pitiful creak. Monday was another day off for Jennifer's family. Going to work, Jennifer responded to her daughter's request and informed the school that she wouldn't be in today either. After 8, with the sun already peeking through the windows, a car pulled up in front of the house. Donald, the man Pamela was talking about, was a local businessman of sorts in the village. He took meat, milk, and cottage cheese to the district center. Some of the goods were his own. It was not for nothing that he kept a large number of cattle all year round. The other part was bought from local people who did not want to spend time and money traveling to the city. Broad-shouldered, loud-voiced, and wearing work clothes, he entered Bernard's house as confidently as if he had been here every day. "Jennifer, hello," Donald exclaimed. "Well, girls, Veronica, are you here too? You're right not to go to school. Mummy needs to help." Veronica resented and hid behind her things, while Jennifer, after saying hello to everyone, took charge, though it was hard for her to do so. Donald carried all the boxes that were a little heavier than the grocery bag. And Pamela, who had volunteered to help, was told to watch every corner of the house to make sure that nothing of value had been forgotten. Half an hour later, all the things were put into the car, and Donald went aside to rest a little and talk to one of the buyers on the phone. "What about the geraniums?" Pamela exclaimed, waving her hand at the window. "It's so bright, it's nice. Can we keep it? It's a shame." "Yes, but where to put it? It's full of flowers." Jennifer sighed, looking at her once home. "Should we give it to someone?" "I don't think so. I'll go and get it, and there'll be room in the window. And I'll come with you." Veronica came along. "Come on, darling, is there anything else of great value?" Jennifer looked away from them and turned away. She didn't want to rub her soul and look at the place where she had spent all her childhood. Leaving this place was sorrowful. Besides, she knew that bad times awaited the house now. "And Irma?" Jennifer asked, surprised to see a red foreign car heading in their direction. It wasn't a local car, which meant that someone was visiting relatives. The others in the village rarely looked in, keeping their eyes on the foreign car. Jennifer didn't even notice when the car swerved and came to a stop right next to Donald's car. What happened next seemed like the fragments of a bad dream, because a few seconds later, a painfully familiar figure with a dark mop of hair emerged from the car. Irma. "Hi, sis," she said, slamming the car door shut and stretching. "I'm tired of driving. The road's a nightmare. You're not at work, are you? I stopped by the school and they said Jennifer was taking the day off." Irma glanced at the car full of boxes and knots, and then added, "What's that? Are you going somewhere? Or have you decided to redecorate?" "Clearing the house for sale," Jennifer said dryly, hardly able to cope with her excitement. "I thought I'd leave the keys at our place by the porch, but since you're here, you can lock up." Holding out the bunch of keys to her sister, Jennifer looked into her eyes, but there was neither surprise nor regret in her eyes. "Thank you, of course," Irma murmured, looking at the key ring. "But what's the rush? Have you forgotten our last conversation? Why are you hanging on to words?" "Yes, I wasn't in the mood, and I said a lot of things. But that's no different. I came here for a reason. You don't pick up the phone, or even hang up. You should, 'cause I can't sell this house right now. Taxes, you know. And there's no buyer yet. So I won't kick anyone out. You can live here. For a fee, of course." Jennifer rounded her eyes. "I don't know what to think. How much do I owe you?" Irma laughed at first, as if she hadn't expected such a question. Then she said out loud the amount of money that would cost Jennifer half her salary. "It's certainly cheaper than renting a house like this in the district center," Irma added. Irma thought, looking away. "Thank you," Jennifer hissed. "But I've already found a place to live." "Pamela's, I suppose." Irma laughed. "She's the one who let you in now, and tomorrow she'll kick you out. So you know, how can you keep anything secret around here?" Jennifer sighed. "Well, you're right to know. We're moving in with Pamela." "You're in your repertoire," Irma snorted. "Why would she want you in her old age?" "Maybe because Pamela and I aren't strangers," Jennifer said slowly, keeping her eyes on her sister. Irma shuddered and, unable to control her emotions, looked at Jennifer fearfully. Her gaze, always smug and haughty, was filled with a fear Jennifer had never seen before. At that moment, the cheerful voices of Veronica and Pamela could be heard over the hedge as they appeared to be putting something out on the porch. "So you know everything?" Jennifer asked regretfully. As she studied her older sister's pale face, she realized with horror that not only her father, but her sister as well, had been deceiving her all this time. "What are you talking about?" Irma interrupted. Jennifer kept her eyes on Irma. "Tell the truth as it is." "If I knew." "So what?" "How?" "Bernard told you?" Irma rolled her eyes defiantly. She was silent for a few seconds, and then, with ill-concealed resentment, she blurted out, "How could they have told me if I hadn't found out? You were always the favorite, and I was just a dishwasher and an errand girl. You should have seen Bernard's face when he read that letter. And everything was supposed to be different afterwards. If it wasn't for his stubbornness." "I don't understand." Jennifer frowned. "I found that letter, I did," Irma exclaimed. "All my childhood I thought Madeline and Bernard were not my birth parents. That could explain a lot when you were praised or just ignored. I was bombarded with a barrage of complaints on and off. Even though in the reflection of the mirror I found, to my disappointment, a clear resemblance to my mother. I still wanted to believe that somewhere out there was another real mum who would truly love. So I started looking for evidence. I asked neighbors, looked at old pictures and photo albums. I looked for documents to confirm my suspicions. And I found something else, the very letter from a neighbor that my mother had hidden in a secret place where no one would think to look. I read it over a dozen times before I checked everything. And then I slipped the envelope to my father so he could find out what kind of wife and youngest daughter he had inherited." "But why? What were you trying to achieve?" Jennifer asked. "For my parents to get divorced so we'd be without Dad." Irma smiled with just her lips. "You would have stayed. I thought when he found out the truth he'd divorce Madeline and we'd live together. If it hadn't been for that affair, I'd have been the only daughter I loved. When you came along, it was as if they'd both forgotten I existed. Mother was never a gentle person, but even when the truth came out, he still loved you. That's what made it all go wrong. Bernard told me to keep quiet if I wanted to live in his house and inherit part of the wreck. He and Madeline had a row and ignored each other for days until I left." "Is that why you ran away?" Jennifer whispered, looking at her sister. For some reason, Jennifer felt sorry for Irma, who, even after many years, couldn't remember her childhood without excessive emotion. Her eyes filled with tears, and her fists clenched tightly with resentment at her parents and at her, Jennifer. "It was a blessing to have a place to go," Irma blurted out. "And my husband-to-be was the closest thing I had to family. I never wanted to speak to Bernard or Madeline again. My father got my number and started calling, but I kept hanging up. And then he sent me a letter, which told me that in the future I would be the owner of the house. Even my mother did not have a square meter, except for a propiska and a couple of knots with things she had nothing. And when you arrived with that piece of paper," Irma grinned. "You're right, I could hardly resist telling you." "Why did you do it now?" "So you'd know why I'm so lucky to have an inheritance. You used to be so lucky, and now everything's changed. I came to see you when you moved in. It wasn't hard to find out the time and date in front of the local gossip mongers." "You're right," Jennifer said calmly. "Honestly, I've always loved my sister and wanted to be her closest friend. And that woman who thinks only of herself and now stands in front of me, I don't know. There is no more Irma, who protected me from the neighborhood bullies and told me goodnight stories. I don't need another sister. The house is all yours now, waiting for a mistress. Sell it if you want, live in it if you want. I don't care. I won't rent it, and I won't ask you to live here." Without waiting for a response, Jennifer walked towards the gate and shouted, "Pamela, Veronica, we have to go." "We're on our way," she heard from behind her. The door slammed, and then, with a loud roar, the small car turned onto the smooth road and sped up the street. "Who was that?" Pamela asked, holding a pot of geraniums. "Tourist," Jennifer said, trying to speak as calmly as possible. "They got a little lost." "How did they end up in the middle of nowhere?" "It happens. The geraniums are really nice. I think I might even know where to put it. Discreetly picking up the bunch of keys that remained lying beside the puddle where Irma had been standing, Jennifer locked the door and put the key in another place near the porch. Leaving the house was much easier now. No memories of bygone days bound her to this desolate, lifeless place. And with good reason. Sitting in the back of the truck and occasionally bouncing on the bumps, Jennifer thought about her family. Madeline was only interested in her own life. She cared little for the feelings of her daughters or her husband. But the secret love for a man who lived a few houses down the street did not give Jennifer rest. She couldn't reveal the truth about her affair because of Edward, who was a bit of a windbag. What if he had chosen his wife Rosemary over her? And Bernard didn't allow her to return without a roof over her head, the help of her parents and the support of her friends. Madeline wouldn't have been able to cope. And Bernard. Of course he loved both daughters and, despite Irma's claims, he adored her no less than Jennifer. Except that she was older, and therefore Irma was always more in demand. Perhaps the decision to leave her the house had been made hastily. But in the time Bernard had spent with Jennifer, when he was already ill, he had not changed his will. So there must have been a reason. What it was, Jennifer didn't know. But it was pointless to be angry with a man who was no longer there. He would always be a father to her, unlike Edward. And could Edward, who pretended to be just neighbors, be a real dad? There was something else that was bothering Jennifer. What did she want to find out from Pamela? But a little later. After unpacking the boxes and getting a little more comfortable in the small room the landlady had given them, Jennifer set off for the shop. Pamela and Veronica soon found a common language and sat down to play cards. There was no hurry to get anywhere. Walking down the winding street leading into the center of town, Jennifer looked around with interest and clutched her present for Mrs. Monica. To the right and left lined the wooden houses with colorful curtains on the windows. The midday sun was shining brightly in the back, and there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The day promised to be quite warm, and it felt good. Mrs. Monica, sitting behind the counter, was reading another love novel with rapt attention. When she saw the customer with a pot of geraniums, she immediately smiled. "Jennifer, have you moved in? What a beautiful flower you have," she exclaimed. "Good afternoon." You already know, Jennifer smiled, placing the flower next to the cash register. "It's a gift for you," Jennifer exclaimed. "Oh, thank you so much. I'll take it home. I've wanted a red geranium for a long time," Mrs. Monica said. "And the whole village has been buzzing about your move since last night. I wonder who told them." "I don't know," she continued. "I'll let you in on the secret," Jennifer smiled. "There's no such thing as gossip these days. There was talk of seeing Irma today, and with you. But that's certainly not true. Why would she be here?" Jennifer nodded demurely. "I'll have a fresh cake, a packet of black tea, and some fruit," she said. "That'll be me," quick Mrs. Monica said, and, placing the pot of geraniums in the most prominent position, began to pick up the bag of goods. After paying for her purchase, Jennifer slipped away from the chatty saleswoman. When she returned to Pamela's house, she was surprised to find her and Veronica looking at books. More than a dozen volumes with colorful covers were lying on a small table in front of the sofa, and Veronica was chatting animatedly with the lady of the house. "Jennifer, did you know that Veronica is interested in medicine? Yeah, we have a couple of books she likes, and she's better at biology and chemistry than literature," said Pamela. "Actually, I want to be a doctor," Veronica blurted out. "If you have a dream, you should pursue it," said Pamela. "Jennifer, how would you like me to study with her? You need to know more than the school curriculum to get into medicine." "Yes, of course," Jennifer nodded. "But if we don't get in on the budget, let's not panic." "It'll come through, you'll see," Pamela said. "Okay," Jennifer sighed. "I wanted to go to medical school after school, but I couldn't afford to go to the district center. And my parents wouldn't let me go." Pamela looked at her in surprise and smiled enigmatically. Then, noticing the bag of sweets, she asked, "Set the table, my dears. Donald will be here soon. Shall we have tea?" It had been 3 months since Jennifer and Veronica had left home. Spring had reluctantly given way to the sunny and long-awaited summer months. Everything around them was transformed, and the gray, seemingly lifeless village took on a new color, immersed in other concerns. The children had been out in the morning and scattered around the village in small groups. Veronica, on the other hand, spent almost all her days at home reading books. "I wish she'd gone for a walk with the girls," sighed Pamela. "The holidays will fly by, and you don't get any rest. You don't even see the sun." "I had the opportunity this morning," Veronica mumbled, opening her notebook of exam questions. "I'll manage. And after lunch I'll go and weed the onions." "Jennifer, is it really such a good idea to huddle inside when the weather's so nice outside?" Pamela looked hopefully at Jennifer, who was also busy reading a fascinating book. "Veronica, Pamela's right. The heat in our area is coming to an end so quickly," grinned her daughter. "What about me? If we go together," Pamela laughed. She let out a chuckle, but then she realized it. "Veronica is talking. Let's all go to the gazebo. We're still a long way from dinner, but we're thirsty. Did I make morsels for nothing?" Having sent everyone out of the house, Pamela rushed to the gazebo, a bench with a small table and an improvised awning made of improvised materials. There were already glasses, a decanter, and a plate covered with a towel on the checkered tablecloth. "So this is a conspiracy?" Jennifer wondered. "Let's sit on the bench. How else would I lure you out of the house? You've done your job. High five for the books. You have to be able to relax, too," Pamela said. "Try the pies, the bigger ones with cabbage and the smaller ones with onions and eggs. A neighbor gave me a present." "Which one?" Pamela laughed and added reluctantly, "Rosemary, the mother from the shop." "Did she come in?" Jennifer wondered. "Yes, it was this morning. She asked if we needed a trip to the district center. Donald's going away on business tomorrow. Maybe I should take you with me." "Mom, go." Veronica cheered, taking a large baked pie from her plate. "You wanted to buy a couple more books from the reading list, to look at stationery for the new school year," said Pamela. "All right, I'll go." "Don't worry about me," Jennifer said. "Maybe you can come with me. You can pick out your own notebooks and diary if you want to." "No," Veronica said. "I promised Chris and I would go out tomorrow. Aunt Pamela says you should get more sun. And take the diary you like. We like the same things, don't we?" Pamela nodded quickly and, hiding her smile, went on with the cakes. Jennifer watched her glance back and forth between her and Veronica and felt as if there was a catch in those glances. What was Rosemary doing here so early? And if she did, why didn't she stop by to say hello? Donald's mother had been visiting Pamela a lot lately, even though, according to the landlady, they'd never been close friends before. And Donald? No, of course he's a good, responsible, and hard-working man, always ready to help, perhaps even more than simple neighborly relations require. Jennifer had spoken to him very rarely before the move, but now she saw him every day. It was very uncomfortable for her to go back to him for help. And to be honest, it was even a little scary. Her first and, unfortunately, last relationship with Veronica's father had ended in divorce. Perhaps that was why she was so reluctant to get attached to anyone again, only to find herself. No, it wasn't even worth thinking about. Besides, Donald was much older, and why would he want a divorced woman with a daughter? When she snapped out of her thoughts, Jennifer tried to pretend that nothing had happened. However, she decided to go into town. She had no other way to get to the district center. There had been no buses from the village for more than 10 years, and there was no desire to go with someone else. After sitting in the gazebo for a while, the women went about their business, and Veronica went to see her friend, whom she had not seen for several days. That evening, after finishing chores, Jennifer and Pamela sat on the front porch to relax and enjoy the sunset. The heat had subsided. The heat of the day had already subsided, and the sky was so amazing they didn't want to go inside the house at all. The sun was slowly sinking to the horizon and was no longer as searing and blinding as before, warming the earth with its warm rays. It painted the sky in fanciful colors, promising an imminent reunion. "Didn't you regret moving here?" Pamela asked suddenly, watching the birds flitting about the garden. "Of course not. I don't know what we would have done if it hadn't been for you." It's good that everything turned out all right. It's too early to tell, she said. Irma still hadn't shown up. Jennifer shook her head. She hadn't told anyone about the unpleasant conversation with her sister, and the memory of Irma's words made her still feel guilty. It was even strange if she was in such a hurry to come into her inheritance and dispose of it. What procrastinates doesn't show was the house as it was, standing shuttered. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to come back to life. Even the land here is given away for nothing, let alone a neglected plot. Well, it'll be better, Jennifer said quickly. I don't have any more family except you and Veronica. Plucking a blade of grass from the porch, she was silent for a few seconds, then came to life. I've been wanting to ask you for a long time, now that we're talking, and can you clarify something for me? I'm listening. Bray. Why didn't Edward care? I can't imagine how he could live next door to me and pretend like nothing was going on. If only it were that simple, darling. Edward really did care a lot. There was nothing he could do. He had fallen out of love with Madeline, and he felt guilty in front of Rosemary. So he couldn't leave and tell everyone the truth. What would happen to Irma, Bernard? And I'm not even talking about Rosemary. She had nowhere else to go, and her health problems started to flare up under the stress. She never had a baby. Edward was hesitant to leave you his house for the same reason. Rosemary would have found out about the betrayal and been left with nothing, so he suffered. Maybe that's why he got sick. He was a kind man. He wanted everyone around him to be happy. He probably thought Bernard and Madeline would look after you, help you. If Bernard hadn't found the letter, maybe things would have turned out differently. I'm sorry it had to be this way, Jennifer murmured. I could see why Edward hadn't said anything. And Bernard? I don't know what I don't know. Maybe he was afraid, maybe he thought you'd feel differently about him or his mother. Now I can't find the truth. By the way, since we're being honest, I've got a question too. What is it? Where are you going to go to school? Medical school, of course. In a year, you'll be able to study with Veronica, and then you'll be on your way. It's always been your dream. Yes, I'm not out of my mind. And I remember what you said the day you moved in. Yes, I did. But when was that? Jennifer was embarrassed. I'm too old for such drastic decisions. What are you thinking? Pamela splashed her hands. I'm going to marry her off, and she says old. After 30, life begins. We remember her words. We have to try, so that when the train really leaves, we won't regret it. Marriage? Jennifer, don't get off topic. You can't go anywhere without an education these days. Besides, there's a serious shortage of medical professionals around here. If you go to school, they'll take you off your hands. And there's a roof over your head. Of course, it's not a palace, but what's rich? We built this house with our own hands. Jennifer smiled at the good-natured expression on Pamela's face. All right, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, at least I'll study. It's much more fun to study tickets together. That's great. What about the wedding? Jennifer, oh, I'm just saying. She looked at her wristwatch and gasped. It's bedtime. It's time to get ready. And we're just sitting here. Veronica, go and fall asleep over your biology. I'll go and have a look, said Pamela. Mum, congratulations, rejoiced Veronica. Didn't you believe it would work out? Jennifer blushed deeply and looked around. The small cafe near the medical college, which had recently become her home, was very noisy. Young girls were happily celebrating their long-awaited diplomas. And it seemed like only yesterday they had received their student ID cards in their hands. A familiar male figure without his usual work clothes, and a blue shirt and trousers, appeared at the cashier's desk. Donald looked more like a respectable businessman than a backwoodsman. As he strode confidently toward the table, he kept his eyes on Jennifer, a look that made her hot and cold. Fixing her hair, which Pamela had carefully arranged, she held her breath, trying to calm herself down a little. Never before had Jennifer dealt with men like Donald. It seemed impossible to embarrass him or throw him off balance. Among other things, he was very clever and noticed the smallest changes in the mood of the interlocutor. That meant he could easily guess what was going through Jennifer's mind. At least she thought so. "The order will be ready in 20 minutes, Donald said. "In the meantime, I suggest a drink. Tea, juice, or something stronger." "Juice, perhaps?" Pamela asked, turning to Jennifer. "We can find something stronger at home." "Yes, a neutral juice would be better," Donald said. "I ordered her something else. For our graduate, just a moment." Jennifer wanted to ask what he meant, but Donald was already gone. Heading towards the exit of the hall, he was instantly lost in the crowd. "What did he mean?" Jennifer stretched out. "Mum, Uncle Donald has a surprise for you." Veronica blurted out and, catching Pamela's leering look, shut her mouth. "You know something and you don't say anything?" Jennifer wondered. Pamela shrugged her shoulders plaintively, and then Jennifer didn't even immediately realize what was happening. As if out of nowhere, a bouquet of roses appeared beside her, large, scarlet and scented with an intoxicating fragrance. The intoxicating scent filled the space between Pamela and Jennifer. Until now, Jennifer had only seen such large bouquets in the cinema and in the windows of beautiful but expensive flower shops. Now she thought it was a dream. Or had someone just mixed up the tables? And the flowers are actually intended for the beautiful graduate, but not for her. But the man standing next to her was not a young man, but a tall, broad-shouldered man whom Jennifer would never mistake for anyone else. "Is that for me?" she muttered, feeling a vague urge to pinch her arm. "Yes, insanely expensive and so beautiful, beautiful flowers for a beautiful woman," Donald nodded. "It all makes sense to me. I hope you like roses?" Yes, of course, she took the weighty bouquet in her hands and was about to say that she had never received roses or even daisies from a man until now. But she stopped herself just in time. Her ex-husband, Ashley, thought it was pointless to give flowers that grew on every corner all summer long. "You want a bouquet, go to the vegetable garden, dear, and yourself," he said when the next holiday came. However, Jennifer did have one bouquet that Ashley had personally presented to her, her wedding bouquet. But it had been so long ago, like a lifetime ago. "Thank you," Jennifer whispered. "They smell so nice." "I'm glad you like them. I'll tell you a secret. There'll be another present waiting for you at home. So don't get too drunk," he laughed and went to the cash register to get juice. "Mum, they're gorgeous," Veronica admired, leaning over to the bouquet. "Yes, but they're insanely expensive. I don't feel comfortable getting gifts like that," Jennifer mumbled. "Jennifer, come on," Pamela waved her hand. "The man worked hard to choose, and money is nothing. Besides, it's a very special gift. To think we have a whole medical dynasty, 2 nurses, and there's a future pediatrician," on the way she winked at Veronica. "I still have to study and study," Veronica sighed. "Time will fly by quickly. How long has your mum been afraid of entrance exams?" Pamela grinned, and then she said thoughtfully, "I keep thinking, you will be in the city, and what should I do in the village? It's boring alone. So we will come on weekends." "Besides, you're not alone there. Nicholas is there night and day," Pamela said. Veronica blushed instantly at the mention of her boyfriend. "But he didn't sleep over." "If he did, nothing happened," she tried to justify herself. "Don't shout, it's a young thing. We were like that ourselves. The main thing is to study, don't forget. And then the sessions come quickly, so you won't be bored. Before you know it, time will fly by. And you already have a diploma." "Yeah, married." "I'm gonna go help Uncle Donald." Veronica jumped out of her seat. "There's a lot of glasses. I can't carry them alone." Waiting until Veronica was out of sight, Jennifer said, "You've embarrassed her, or she wouldn't be thinking of marriage herself. She asked me if the name Veronica would sound good with the last name Clinton." "I think very much so," Pamela dismissed. "I'm not sorry, let them go out. Besides, Nicholas is a good young man, simple, also from the province. He achieves everything on his own and adores Veronica. The main thing is that they don't become parents before the time. I've been talking to her. You should have seen how she blushed. And you, too. I blushed just as much when Donald came round. And for good reason, it made my heart race. Don't push him away. You can't find a man like him these days. He's kind, gallant, clever, and with hands of gold, she murmured, trying not to meet Pamela's gaze. I'm not repulsive. It's just an expensive bouquet. Nothing is too small for a beautiful, kind woman. And if Ashley didn't realize that and left his wife and daughter behind, then he's worthless. I take it he never showed his face again. No, don't need to. Veronica doesn't remember him. But I told her the whole story. I'm done with family secrets. She says the real father is the one who raised her. So he's just a stranger to her. Jennifer shrugged and looked away thoughtfully, remembering her old life. I hope she gets a good daddy soon. If Mummy doesn't freak out about getting married, Pamela said, and looked at Jennifer pointedly. There was a mischievous sparkle in the older woman's eyes, and her lips stretched into a smile. Won't she be frightened? Jennifer said slowly. I'll go and help. But where are the flowers? I'll look after them, Pamela promised. They're so beautiful. It makes me happy. Jennifer took a few steps away from the table and turned round. Pamela was looking at the roses with rapt attention, holding the bouquet carefully, as if it were very dear to her. The scene made her heart feel so warm that Jennifer smiled involuntarily. She was right. After 30, life was just beginning. And it was good that there were no more secrets. Miranda's personal life, despite her beauty and charm, left much to be desired. Miranda's personal life, despite her beauty, charm, and intelligence, left much to be desired. Miranda dreamed of a beautiful and passionate romance with the obligatory logical conclusion in the form of a marriage ceremony somewhere in Bali. But so far, she had only tried to catch the bride's bouquet at her friends' weddings. And she was a real beauty. Miranda was slender, flexible, thanks to gymnastics, ballroom dancing school, and a recent interest in horseback riding. Her face was not just beautiful, but interesting. Large green eyes framed by gorgeous, piquantly curved eyelashes, seductively plump and well-defined lips and touching dimples on her chin. Long, golden blonde, heavy silk hair of the girl was the envy of more than one friend. Miranda's mind was not offended by God either, and it was not only in the diploma of art criticism and knowledge of 2 languages, English and French. She had a lot to talk about, and her wonderful sense of humor was always appreciated. She worked in the editorial office of the famous art magazine Harmony and, accordingly, was financially independent. But for some reason, the relationship with guys persistently did not add up. And guys, except for Walter's first school love, there were some fake. One turned out to be an Alfonso, another was too gentle with hot drinks. The 4th suitor, Thomas, worked for a respectable food company and was self-supporting. He drank only on holidays. When I get married, Thomas said, I'm going to get married in church with my wife. No neighborhood registry office. If we're going to be married, it's only in front of God. Well, that sounded promising. Thomas even introduced Miranda to his mom, Elizabeth. That's when she realized she was looking at a classic mama's boy. Miranda never gave up hope of rehabilitating him. Alas, mama's boy is a lifelong diagnosis. Elizabeth could feel it in her bones when she and Thomas were alone together, and that restless woman would call her son. And when Miranda delicately hinted to her boyfriend that the phone could be set to silent, he flinched. What if Mum calls? And that said it all. Miranda's patience broke, and she regretfully pointed at the door to the mama's boy, and then fell into a deep depression. The girl began to nourish her condition with her favorite cakes. The consequences of such a bright protest against the injustice of fate immediately reflected on Miranda's waist. However, it turned out to be not so bad. The incentive to lose weight has always been one of the most powerful for the girl, and the intense training in the gym itself distracted from sad thoughts. And then Irene's classmate invited her to a wedding, and it was back to square one depression, only this time without the cakes. Miranda felt that she was beginning to quietly hate weddings, and one day she decided that she would never go again. A couple of weeks later, her cousin Margaret's boyfriend proposed. Are they kidding me? Miranda thought with annoyance. Margaret's wedding was in a month, so decided burned out after a holiday with her lover in Thailand. Margaret, who by the way was younger than Miranda by 3 years, said, and by the way, there will be some very interesting and wealthy men there. Miranda sighed heavily. Miranda, what are you doing? Margaret knelt down in front of her cousin and looked into her eyes. There will be a holiday on your street too. The main thing is to believe in it. I've given up believing, Miranda said septically. I guess I was born under an unlucky star. No, you weren't, the cousin said firmly. You just haven't found your soulmate yet. You and your soulmate haven't met each other yet? Oh, don't tell me about soulmates, Miranda said. You're wrong about that. By the way, the concept of soulmates dates back to ancient Greece. The girl sighed again. It's easy to talk about some concepts when you have everything perfect in your personal life and your future spouse is a dream of any sensible woman. Alex was a handsome, tall guy with an athletic build. He had his own company selling digital equipment, a flat in the city center, and, it seems, a nice summer house. But most importantly, Alex was reverent towards his beloved. In cold weather, he called his beloved and asked if she was warmly dressed. And the friend is a classmate of Natalie, now Natalie Smith. Her then still future husband Andrew was not rich, but they together earned a flat and a nice car. They had 2 children, whom they adored with all their souls. Recently, Miranda and Natalie have not been in contact very often. No wonder, because her friend now had a family, her own worries, and what the hell new friends. As married as Natalie, it was no secret that unmarried ladies were reluctant to be invited to gatherings where everyone was in pairs. We're afraid you'll be bored with us. Miranda remembered this when she accidentally learnt that her friend was going on a picnic, and Miranda didn't really want to go. Why? To feel like a complete fool? A loser? No thanks. Still, Miranda felt resentful. It was obvious why she hadn't been invited. So by all means, she needed to find her soulmate. What am I saying? Margaret rejoiced. What if this wedding turns out to be fateful for you? Well, you're a pretty slim, interesting girl and not stupid. What do blokes look at? Irene continued to ponder. Apparently the saying, don't be born beautiful, is just about me. She grinned wryly. Yes, and not all men like smart women. I'd even say only a few. And I say believe in the best, Irene insisted. A cousin's wedding was celebrated in an old mansion outside the city. The courtyard was decorated with intricate garlands of balloons and vases with outlandish flowers. The tables for the wedding banquet were set on the first floor. It would be better outside in the summer, Miranda remarked. Though of course that's none of my business. We did want to celebrate outside, Irene said, as if guessing her thoughts. But his mother insisted on the first floor. What was wrong with eating outdoors? Miranda asked, puzzled. Mrs. Camila thinks it's for plebes, Irene giggled. Oh, sister, Miranda thought with a chuckle. It suddenly occurred to her that there were advantages to being alone, like not having a mother-in-law. But as soon as Miranda looked around and saw that all the girls her age had boyfriends, she remembered Margaret's words. Chin up, sister, she smiled encouragingly. You're looking in the wrong place. That bloke standing by the pillar, he's got his eye on you. He's good, by the way. What guy? Miranda asked incredulously and bit her tongue. The guy at the column was really looking at her, and there was interest in his gaze. Perhaps he was not just good-looking, but handsome. What do you mean? Margaret winked. Come on, don't get lost. In 6 months we'll be at your wedding. Oh, what a beautiful couple we could make. Why 6 months from now? Miranda asked. I'm just saying, Margaret said. Well, God bless you. And remember, you're a hell of an attractive girl. What's the use? Miranda thought pessimistically, but walked round and put on her most charming smile. Hi, said the guy, looking at Miranda with velvet eyes. Judging by his appearance, he was of Greek ancestry. Hi, she said. You have an amazing figure, complimented the handsome stranger. Thank you, the girl smiled. What is the name of the beautiful nymph? Miranda. And I'm Stephen, said the boy, and kissed her hand without ceremony. He must be a Greek, and perhaps a pure-blooded one, Miranda thought. Are you related to the bride or groom? Stephen asked. I am a cousin of the bride. Oh, is everyone in your family so charming? Or is it just you and your sister? He smiled again, showing his perfect teeth. "See that lady in the lilac dress?" "That's my mom," said Stephen. "Come on, more like an older sister." "Well, I'm a good friend of Alex's, Miranda. I'd be honored if you'd sit close to me at the wedding table." "What impeccable manners he has," the girl marveled. "Indeed aristocratic." "With pleasure," she replied. At the wedding table, Stephen wooed Miranda with an exquisite manner that struck her to the heart. "This champagne is a masterpiece," he said, savoring the drink. "I've tasted all kinds, but this is a lifelong love. Do you like Dom Perignon?" Frankly, Miranda preferred red wine. But for a handsome man like him, she'd love a little bit of booze. "I love it," she exhaled. "So let's have a drink on a Brudenschaft and finally switch to you," Stephen exclaimed. The girl enthusiastically accepted the offer. After fraternizing, she met Margaret's eyes. The latter raised her thumb and winked. After a couple of hours, the meal ceased to be rank. The guests were dancing, laughing, fooling around, and having pleasant conversations. Every now and then, bitter was heard. "Shall we dance?" Stephen suggested. "I'd love to," Miranda replied sincerely. After a heartfelt composition, the gentleman bowed and said, "Miranda, I have a great idea." "You do," she smiled. "And what is it?" "Let's have a drink and a snack from this sumptuous table. Let's get out of here. Take a walk, talk." Miranda hesitated. Stephen was, without a doubt, trustworthy. A guy like Alex simply couldn't have unworthy friends. But wouldn't he find Miranda frivolous? It's like a minefield, one wrong move and it's all gone. "Is something wrong?" Stephen asked worriedly. Miranda didn't know what to say. I wasn't, she decided. After all, it was a holiday, and trying to shout over the music was a thankless task. Stephen wasn't asking her to bed, he was asking her for a walk. If he's a decent man, he won't allow himself anything too much. If he does, well, I'll turn him down. And that's that. "It's all right," Miranda smiled. "And I'd love to take you up on your offer," Miranda said. "To tell you the truth, I don't like noisy gatherings." "It's the same story," Stephen exclaimed. Miranda thought she had found a soulmate. Stephen took from the table a bottle of Dom Perignon, 2 large bunches of grapes, a couple of peaches and, under the approving glances of the strict representatives of the older generation, went to the exit, where Miranda was waiting for him. "It seems that I have hopelessly compromised myself," Stephen said with a smile. And the young people, laughing, went out of the gates of the mansion. They reached the square, sat down on a bench, and spread the trophy fruit on a handkerchief that had been in Miranda's purse. "Old age is no fun," said Stephen, laughing as he served the champagne. "I didn't think of glasses," he laughed. Miranda smiled too. Soon they were laughing until they were in tears. "How are we going to get out of this?" Miranda asked, laughing. "Well, I'm not going back to the table," Stephen grinned. "The respectable matrons wouldn't survive that." "No," she said, smiling. "So the only way out is to drink from the throat. Unless, of course, you're not squeamish." "Is he laughing?" Miranda marveled. How could anyone be squeamish about such a nice young man? "Not at all," she replied, and Stephen solemnly handed her the bottle with the words "first sip" to the lady. "You are very kind," Miranda replied, took a sip and handed the bottle to Stephen. "Now it's your turn." "Miranda, do you like art?" "I'm an art historian by training." "But education is one thing, but love of art is another," he said. The girl nodded. "And in general, yes, I love. Since 7th grade, I've been partial to landscapes. I like Shishkin, Levitan, Ayvazovsky. His paintings are especially mesmerizing, especially the Ninth Shaft and the Black Sea. The emotions are just off the scale." "Yes, strongly," agreed Stephen. "I recently went to an exhibition and saw modern paintings in the style of Ayvazovsky. You know, it's just as good, maybe even better." "I don't think there can be any worse or better," Miranda said. "Everyone has their own style, so the paintings are incomparable." "Also true. What do you think of the avant-garde? To be honest, I don't understand it, she admitted, unless Salvador Dali's miniatures make an impression. In general, I prefer simple and understandable painting, Miranda found out, smiling, hoping to end this intellectual conversation. Do you like things that are simple? Stephen asked. What's wrong with simple? Miranda shrugged. For me personally, the key point is that it's beautiful, if we're talking about pictures. Do you often go to art exhibitions? Stephen asked. And the girl mentally cursed because of these paintings. To tell the truth, she had been to a painting exhibition only once during her studies at the institute, and that too as part of the educational program. But what she would not do for a woman's happiness. So she answered. Not as often as I'd like, but it happens. On the 14th of the 14th, there is an exhibition of a young and very talented artist at the New Wave Gallery. I'd be glad if you'd keep me company. Miranda nearly choked on her champagne. Did he just offer her privacy to talk about artists? An inner voice snorted derisively. You were afraid the charming guy would infringe on your honor. Then you don't like talking about art, you see. Maybe he just didn't know where to begin. Oh, you, Miranda objected to the inner voice. What did I find out? I'll be sure to keep you company. She smiled at Stephen. The young people drank the champagne and returned to the grounds of the mansion. The party was in full swing. Miranda caught Irene's meaningful glance and smiled victoriously. She nodded and raised her fist. You're a great dancer, shouted Stephen as they danced the Latin dance with gusto. Can you do the sirtaki? And Stephen went up to the musicians, put something in the pocket of the main man, I suppose money. And in a few seconds the chords of the famous dance sounded. And a few seconds later, all the guests were dancing. Oof. Miranda laughed and exhaled after the dance, which had been incredibly rousing. I've never been to such a fun wedding. How many weddings have you been to? Stephen asked. Well enough, she replied. Why not as a bride? I just haven't met anyone I'd like to marry, she admitted. Miranda said exaggeratedly lightheartedly. Stephen chuckled. I know you beauties. You're looking for a prince. When happiness is near, and when you realize it, someone else will have it. If only I knew where it was, this happiness, Miranda thought, but kept silent. Frankly speaking, the inference was even witty. After all, it had never occurred to the guy that a girl like Miranda could be unhappy in her private life. Well, let that be her little secret. But why do I have to choose a guy on a first-come, first-served basis? Miranda teased him, stepping into the role of a heartthrob. I want a prince. Do I look like a prince? Stephen smiled slyly. You do, she assured him. And then she was afraid that he might think Miranda was imposing on him. I'm flattered, he nodded, and her doubts were gone. Miranda could feel herself liking this sultry, handsome man. Besides, everyone she knew was watching them. It was like a savory spice or a sweet, warm wine that stirred the blood. Miranda was in a pleasant euphoria. She danced, laughed, joked, and drank Bruder shakes with people she hardly knew. I hope you get lucky this time, Irene said with a wink. I hope so too, Miranda smiled. The main thing is not to miss the bride's bouquet, her cousin told her. Miranda didn't realize how the bouquet ended up in her hands. She shifted her gaze from the laughing crowd to the bouquet, and then back to the bouquet, her eyes fluttering in confusion. Miranda, don't let it get you down. Molly, Margaret's witness, shouted cheerfully. And the crowd broke into applause. Miranda suddenly felt funny. All she had done was catch the bride's bouquet, and the guests were clapping as if she had been proposed to in public. Why, that would be nice, Miranda thought, glanced at Stephen, and grinned at the bold thought. And then he came up to the girl and kissed her on the cheek. And then the young people held hands and bowed to the honored audience. The guests hooted with joy. By the way, introductions at weddings are often successful, whispered Margaret, the happy bride. So sister, go ahead. Loneliness is unpleasant, of course, but to be a bore is a diagnosis. Miranda said thoughtfully, sipping her espresso. Well, sis, you're a tough act to follow. Irene shook her head. You look like you need counseling. Miranda grinned. You're not confused, are you? Is it really that bad? As it happened, the cousins were best friends. Irene was friends with Molly, who'd been a witness at her and Alex's wedding, and Miranda with her classmate Veronica, but each of them would have been best friends with her cousin without hesitation. Miranda and Irene trusted each other with their deepest secrets. If anything out of the ordinary happened to one of the sisters, they would discuss the problem at length, and then they would feel much better. Now, on a Sunday afternoon in July, they were sitting on the spacious loggia of the flat where Irene lived with Alex, discussing Miranda's breakup with Stephen. The young man had been dating for a month, and Miranda was forced to sadly state no, not again. She'd heard of narcissistic men, but she'd never thought she'd meet one. And this acquaintance, which had begun so positively, was not so pleasant. And if the young man is a classic bore. A couple of days after Irene's wedding, Stephen proposed to Miranda to meet in a cafe, which sounded tempting. The girl spent an hour puzzling over what she should wear. The cafe where she was going to have lunch had nothing to do with luxury establishments, so Miranda decided on a gray and blue pantsuit, a white top and silver platform trainers. Elegant, democratic, and overall a great option for the cafe. What was Miranda's surprise when she saw Stephen dressed in a strict gray suit and tie? What's the big deal? After all, the girl thought, everyone dresses as they like. But apparently Stephen didn't think so. You look great, he said. I think your breasts are a little too exposed. Miranda already knew from Margaret that Stephen's father was descended from an ancient aristocratic family. Who knows what it's like in high society, Miranda thought, smiling and buttoned her jacket. No offense, he smiled back. It's just that in our family we honor austerity and nobility. Besides, you're a very pretty girl and you don't need to show your breasts. Yes, I guess you're right, she nodded, and remembered that the guy had been simpler at the wedding. However, a wedding and a wedding. Not probably, but right, Stephen said admonishingly, and, apparently for the sake of convincing, raised his index finger upwards. What are we ordering? The donuts here are amazing. I'd like a heavy cream donut and a cup of espresso, Miranda said. Do you eat flour? He asked, as if he were talking about a dodgy drink, not coffee and donuts. Well, why not? The girl shrugged. I don't see the point in denying myself my favorite food. And from time to time I like to treat my stomach to some tasty food. Just do it in moderation. So a donut? A donut. Stephen nodded, showing that his companion should not eat donuts. For himself, he ordered a Caesar salad, a glass of tomato juice, and a glass of mineral water. I prefer healthy food, he commented. Can you believe he spent the whole lunch talking about eating right and living a healthy lifestyle? Miranda exclaimed. Oh yes, and he praised his suit and emphasized how it suited him. And diets, Margaret said incredulously. It's true, Miranda assured her. It's awesome, isn't it? Yeah, a few days later he and I went to a young artist's exhibition. All he could say was, I think the highlights are unnecessary, and I think a cooler tone is more appropriate. It's too divided and every time. Miranda, what do you think? So what? Margaret shrugged. You were at the exhibition after all. The man expressed his opinion, and by the way, he was interested in yours. I have nothing to object to that, Miranda said. But when that young aristocrat kept examining me in the restaurant, I wanted to decorate his handsome head with a plate of pasta. Besides, he was praising his outfit again. This time it was a red club jacket, black trousers, and a black shirt with white polka dots. What about it? Not bad, Miranda said. But if you don't emphasize it like a flirt, I think I'll go along with it. Margaret laughed. I've always wondered what a handsome couple they were. Neither of them survived, so my dear cousin, I am alone again. Miranda summed up sadly and pulled cigarettes out of her purse. You've started smoking? Margaret marveled. I will. Miranda sighed. What? You should. If I were you, I'd be on the prowl. It didn't work out with Stephen. I don't care about him. You know why things don't work out with you? Because you're not really looking for love. And cigarettes ruin your complexion. How's that for real? Miranda grinned wryly, standing in the central square with a sign saying looking for a husband. It's very original, Margaret laughed, then added seriously, you see, Miranda, the fairy tale that love will find you on its own doesn't work anymore. Those who will find it are walking misunderstandings like your ex-cavaliers, and they will. But if you make an effort to find the right person. Margaret was meaningfully silent. How do you make the effort? Oh, you should be taught to get involved in everything. The answer is obvious if you want to meet a normal guy as soon as possible. Be more active dating in a club, a cafe on the seafront, or in a company. This sister is yesterday's day. You see what kind of specimens practice this kind of dating. Miranda thought for a moment. Margaret was obviously right. She had met Michael at the club. The next day, Michael invited Miranda to a restaurant, and when he asked for the bill, it turned out that he had forgotten his card. Michael didn't have any cash, so Miranda had to pay. Then the girl decided it was no big deal. It was a big deal. She paid for dinner. Michael would pay for it another time. But there was no next time. There was no repeat invitation to the restaurant. But the enterprisingly handsome man did ask her for a loan. Actually, I have my own business, Michael told Miranda, but it's just that all the money is in circulation. I don't have any money to spare, but I'll pay you back in a week. Okay, Miranda nodded. A week passed, then another. But she never saw any money. And when Miranda delicately hinted to the debtor boyfriend that she was not a millionaire, Michael began to refer to business problems. A chance encounter at the supermarket with a fellow student opened Miranda's eyes. Why aren't you going to class? The boy asked. Michael's eyes immediately went wide. Is your name already on the expulsion list? Do I know you? Michael asked, trying to sound calm. The boy was obviously not very bright, so he laughed. Michael, have you been smoking? Then, without waiting for an answer, cut him off. Once again, I don't know you. And dragging Miranda behind him, headed for the exit. The girl was disgusted. Michael, what was that? She asked. A man I'm not with, he replied. She pretended to believe him. When are you going to give me the money? Miranda, I don't even have any money right now. Michael was indignant. I insist Miranda didn't back down. Michael was embarrassed and admitted that he didn't have any business. I see, the girl said and walked away proudly. Of course, not because the guy turned out to be an ordinary student, and even a candidate for expulsion. There was hardly a person who liked to be deceived. And after a while, Miranda saw Michael with a well-dressed lady about 40 years old with a ponytail. The couple left the men's clothing boutique and drove away in a Mercedes of the latest model. It all makes sense, Miranda thought. She had been introduced to Marcus by her mate Gwen. Gwen thought that Marcus was recently divorced but had no children, so he was not in danger of alimony. Gwen was Marcus' cousin. What was the divorce about? Miranda asked. Well, Gwen hesitated. I did not interfere in their family life. Oh, what difference does it make? Well, he's not old with blonde hair. But who knows, maybe you two are made for each other. Miranda found this argument quite reasonable, and the meeting took place the next day. After the viewing, Marcus invited her for a walk around the city, and the walk was more than enough. My wife should stay at home, he said sternly. Miranda had other plans for her life, so she saw no point in continuing the relationship. The girl quickly wrote a message to Margaret to call her urgently, and when her cousin promptly fulfilled her request, Miranda left, referring to family problems. And after a while, Miranda talked to their mutual acquaintance, Chloe. The latter told that Marcus beat his ex-wife, which, in fact, was the reason for the divorce. With the alcoholic Ashley, Miranda met at the birthday party of a classmate. She immediately noted his attractive appearance and pumped-up figure. Ashley also looked at Miranda with interest. Handsome. True, intercepting her gaze, the woman in her 50s smiled. That's my brother. And started singing dithyrambs to her brother. He's so smart, so kind, so handy. And then Ashley asked Miranda to dance. They got to talking, and the guy gave her the impression that he wasn't a stupid man. She thought to herself, why is such an interesting guy alone, but the same could be said of her, the beautiful smart girl. Ashley walked Miranda home at the end of the party and said, I think we could work something out. Really? She smiled embarrassedly. Well, why not? Ashley showed up drunk for their first date. I'm sorry, he said, noticing Miranda's puzzled look. I'd had a fight with my boss at work, and I'd been at a bar with some friends to relieve stress. It happens. But the next day, Ashley invited Miranda to a cafe and ordered a bottle of vodka. Would you like some wine? He asked. No, I'll have a mineral water, she shook her head. I'm driving. Do you have a car? Ashley perked up. What kind, if it's no secret? After he'd finished the national drink in record time, the beau began to laugh inappropriately, making flat jokes and clumsy compliments. Are you in a bad mood? He asked, noticing Miranda's frown. Yes, she mumbled. It's easy to fix. Ashley smiled broadly and insisted that she have a drink with him. No, Miranda said with a strained smile. I should probably head home. When she got home, she briefly blacklisted Ashley. Later, Miranda heard interesting things about herself, that such a handsome, hard-working guy had paid attention to her. And she didn't like the fact that he had a few drinks after work. And no one would marry her. What's to check? The source of such unflattering statements was Bridget, the same sister Ashley, who was at Miranda's birthday party at a classmate's house. By the way, the sister wasn't 50 years old, as she thought, but 30. Get it, Miranda thought sarcastically. Both brothers and sisters are not fools to drink. I bet the parents are, too. And finally, the aforementioned mama's boy, Stephen, whom Miranda had met at the cafe. So there was obvious truth in what the risks were saying. All right, then where do I meet him? She asked, puzzled. Presentations, city cultural events, exhibitions. Irene began to list, curling her fingers. At the mention of exhibitions, Miranda grimaced as if she had a toothache. What are you talking about? Her cousin laughed, having guessed her train of thought. Just for example. Well, go to a camping or holiday home. The main thing, knock on all the doors, and you will be happy. And what are we discussing here? Alex came back from work. Yes, we are organizing Mirandina's private life, my wife explained with a smile. I thought we'd be eating salads at her wedding soon. But alas and alack, Alex laughed. And Miranda realized that the attractive Greek had made more than one, and not two, attempts to arrange his personal life. Don't worry, you'll find a fiancé in Los Angeles that will make everyone jealous, Alex said. Well, thank you for your advice, dear Alex. Miranda thanked him and started to go home. I thought you were coming to dinner with us, said Irene. I've cooked such a meat. It's a tongue twister. No, thank you, Miranda said. I have to get the material ready for tomorrow. I see, she said. Well, go to work, you hard worker. The sisters went out into the hallway, and Irene whispered conspiratorially. I think I know what you want. What do I want? Miranda asked ironically. You want a holiday romance. How many times? The only thing I need is a holiday romance to make me happy, Miranda said ironically. I'm serious. Me too. Unfortunately, or fortunately, my job doesn't allow me to go to a resort, Miranda said. You have a holiday coming up. I've decided to use my holiday to start my own business. 6 months ago, she had realized that she didn't want to work for anyone else. By the way, she thought it would be a good idea to start her own art magazine. And a month ago, this idea became real, and Miranda began to work actively in this direction. She used social networks, talked to the right people, and placed an ad to buy photos, but so far to no avail. Well, is that normal? Miranda thought optimistically. Rome wasn't built in an instant either. In the morning, she received an email. It was the first offer of cooperation. A Norman, who introduced himself as an aspiring photographer, wrote that he would like to work with her. Miranda, without delay, replied and offered to provide work. Okay, I'll send the photos tonight, he replied. While she was at her sister's house, she received a new message from the photographer. There were pictures. "I'll look at them at home," Miranda decided from her phone. "It's hard to evaluate anyway." Pulling up to the house, the girl literally jumped out of the car. Burning with impatience, Miranda switched on the computer and opened the message. 8 photos, which seemed like a bomb to her, were sent as screenshots. "And this is a budding photographer," Miranda marveled. "Yes, this is a true professional. With photos like these, my magazine will outshine any competition." She texted Norman that she'd like to buy all the photos. Opening the window, Miranda lit a cigarette. "I've got to stop doing this," she thought in passing. "Miranda, are you home?" She heard her mother's voice and hurried to put out her cigarette. "Home, home," she replied, feeling like a delinquent schoolgirl. Marian entered her daughter's room, wrinkled her nose suspiciously, and sighed. "Have you been smoking again? What's got into you? You were leading a healthy lifestyle." "I don't smoke," Miranda said, embarrassed. "That's where it all starts," said her mother. She wanted to reply, but the computer alerted her with a new message. "Yay," Miranda shouted out of breath. "Mum," he answered. "Who answered?" "The groom?" Marian asked. "Did you meet someone on the internet?" "Well, you could say that," her daughter said excitedly. "I got my first employee." "I thought it was a fiancé," said Marian. She knew of her daughter's plans and thought it was crazy. Her daughter had an interesting, high-paying job. So why tempt fate? A fiancé was the way to go. Not just any fiancé, of course, but Miranda had nothing to please her mother. "That's better than a fiancé," she said. Actually, she didn't mind a proper groom herself. But what can you do if you're not lucky in love? You'll be lucky in business. With enthusiasm, Miranda paraphrased a well-known phrase and began to read the message. Norman was offering Miranda an advance payment, after which he would send her the original photographs. "Well then, you wire me the rest of the money," he wrote. The terms of the deal seemed acceptable to Miranda. Expensive, of course, but the photos were worth it. And the girl wrote that she was satisfied with everything. A few seconds later, the invoice number appeared in front of her, and she paid for the order. A good half hour passed, but Miranda still hadn't received any photos. "I'll wait," Miranda thought, and went into the kitchen. Her stomach had long ago demanded hot food, but being in euphoria, she didn't notice it. "Mummy, what are we having for dinner?" she asked cheerfully. "Borscht," Marian replied. "Super," approvingly replied her daughter, and took out a plate from the cupboard. "So, how did it go?" asked the mother, watching Miranda's flight with amusement. "I'm waiting for the original photos." Smiled. "I've transferred half of the money. Now I'm waiting for the photos. I'll transfer the other half, and then I'll do it." "Wait. So you transferred the money? Can I say for nothing?" frowned practical Marian. "Well, why not for nothing?" objected her daughter. "For samples of the marked photographs." Her mother shook her head, and Miranda felt a slight pang of foreboding. It was purely symbolic. She didn't want to eat, though, and rushed to her room. No pictures had arrived, so Miranda decided to write to Norman's post office. But there was no more mail. The girl directly physically felt like she had been hit on the head with something heavy. "My God, how could I have been so stupid?" she thought with annoyance and cried with frustration. There was a quiet knock on the room. "It's unlocked," Miranda answered. "Miranda, may I come in?" Marian asked cautiously as she came in. "Yes," she sobbed. "Oh, come on," her mother said fondly and stroked her head as she had done when she was a child. Miranda closed her eyes and felt like a defenseless little girl. She remembered how her mother had also stroked her head when she was sick and upset about her grades. How long ago that was. Miranda's father worked as a lifeguard and died in the line of duty. She was in 5th grade at the time. Mother and daughter had always had a good, trusting relationship, but after Sebastian's death, they had grown even closer. Probably both realized how fleeting life is, and the most frustrating thing is that it can end at any moment. And that's why you should appreciate and love those who are close to you. Beautiful Marion had a lot of admirers, but she never married. My sweet mummy, Miranda thought, looking lovingly at her mother. You could have made some good man happy, but you devoted your life to me. The sentimental thoughts made her nose pinch again. Miranda was also suddenly desperate for a world where there was no failure and no deceit. A childhood world where there was no room for men and cheaters. But alas, no time machine had been or would be invented. Sniffing her nose, she thought and said, "All my hopes and dreams have crumbled." So dashed. Marion shook her head with a smile. Though she didn't approve of Miranda's magazine idea. At this moment, she wanted more than anything to cheer her daughter up. Anything to make her favorite girl stop crying. "I've been lied to, used, and I've realized how vulnerable I am," Miranda said, calming down a little. "It's like I'm attracting failure in everything I do. No proper man, no business." "Oh, Miranda, you fool," laughed softly at her mother. "You know how many times you will be deceived and perhaps even used in this life. But you've had an experience, albeit a negative one, and you have realized not your vulnerability, but that there are many lies and deceit in life. But that shouldn't undermine your faith in people. There are good people out there, and God willing, you'll meet people who will work out for you, and you'll have a good man." Her mother's words had a calming effect. Miranda's soul seemed to be filled with a life-giving force, and what had happened no longer seemed like a tragedy. In fact, how many people fall victim to scammers every day? A lot, because no one is immune to it. There was no trace of disappointment left. "Thank you, Mum," the girl smiled through her tears. "What for?" She was surprised. "For being so understanding," Miranda said with feeling. "Now that we've talked about it, it makes me feel much better." "What else are mums for?" Marion said jokingly. "Always at your service. You're welcome." "I'm even hungry again," she said with a laugh and lifted her mother up and hugged her. "But that won't make it any merrier," said Marion, and they went back to the kitchen. "Do you know what I think?" said her mother, deep in thought, as she put the soup on the stove. "You need to get a good night's rest. Yes, I know you were planning to do a magazine during your holiday. But I still think you should take a break and start again. It's better to do new things with a fresh head." "I'll think about it," Miranda nodded. There was an hour left before the end of the day. It seemed like an eternity to Miranda. She was tired, as it often happens on the eve of a holiday. Besides, she hadn't slept well, and now she was thinking longingly of a warm bath, a light supper, and a soft bed with the lilac-scented air conditioner on. Goodness, it was just a pity that all this could not be arranged right away. Yesterday, she and her mother had talked until midnight, and it had been great. If only it hadn't been so sleepy. Other than that, it had been a great evening. "It's been a long time since we've been this candid," Miranda thought with a smile. And when she realized she had to get up early tomorrow, Marion said, "Trite but true. The mornings are wiser." That's a great saying, by the way. I'm sure tomorrow you'll see things differently. And I was right. Funny, but it was on this rainy morning that she realized how true the saying was. Indeed, Miranda had gained experience. What's more, she had concluded that negative experiences, unlike positive ones, spur you on and keep you going, while positive ones often relax you. "So I have only this Norman to thank," the girl thought with a smile. "I will now be more conscious of my actions on social media and try to be more vigilant in dealing with unverified people. And the money the thing to gain." The mobile rang. The number was unfamiliar to Miranda, but thinking it might be an offer of cooperation, she answered. "Miranda Morris?" A pleasant male voice on the other end of the line politely inquired. "Yes, that's me." The owner of the pleasant voice introduced himself as a bank employee and said, "Your bank account has been compromised." "I'm sorry, what do you mean compromised?" Miranda was perplexed. But the young man, as if he hadn't heard her question, continued his clearly memorized speech. "In order to protect your money, you need to provide your personal data and your online banking password." And then Miranda realized everything and laughed out loud, thinking merrily, "I guess I'm a popular scammer." I'm sorry, did I say something funny? The bank employee asked. His voice suddenly became metallic and no longer sounded pleasant to Miranda. Do you realize that your bank account is in danger? I understand everything, she laughingly assured him and switched off. Strangely enough, Miranda's mood lifted a few points. She was damn pleased that she hadn't panicked, hadn't complied with the demands of the bank employee, and, as a consequence, hadn't fallen into the trap of the crooks again. There's money at stake, the girl thought gloatingly, and glancing at her watch, began to pack for home. On the way, Miranda thought that it would be good to have a rest, ideally on the sea. She didn't want to go abroad, but the south of Florida, for example, would be perfect. She suddenly remembered Illinois words about a holiday romance. Why could it really be? The thought remained unfinished. After dinner, Miranda called a classmate, Veronica, who worked at a travel agency. You're a lucky girl, Veronica said cheerfully, as usual. Now we have good discounts on vouchers to the south of Florida. Interesting, of course, interesting, Miranda said briskly. By the way, I was going there myself. I've had enough of Thailand and Egypt. I want something of my own, something native. Do you mind if I keep you company? Why should I mind? She asked. I don't know, Veronica snorted. Maybe you have plans of your own. I don't have any plans of my own, Miranda answered. And I'd be very happy to have you with me. That's great. I'll see you at the office tomorrow, said Veronica. What time is convenient for you? The travel agency was a 10-minute walk from the magazine's editorial office, so Miranda answered without hesitation. I can be there at 1 o'clock during my lunch break. Good, Veronica said approvingly. We'll have lunch together. Miranda found the prospect of lunch in the company of a cheerful Veronica tempting, as did the prospect of a holiday together. Veronica, like Miranda, was single. But, unlike Miranda, she wasn't upset about it. Fools. Veronica said carelessly when Miranda told her why she hadn't been invited to the picnic. Don't worry about it. You need friends who are not friends with you, but with your status. Typical American female psychology. If you're single, you're not worthy of their society. But you and I know who the real beauty and smarts are. Miranda loved talking to Veronica, so she looked forward to the next day. And when it came, she took advantage of her supervisor's absence to leave for lunch 20 minutes early. You're already here, Veronica said, surprised. Well, have a seat. I have some work to do, and you and I are going to the new cafe. The prices are ridiculous, but the food is so good, it's to die for. Miranda happily sank into the soft, comfortable chair and pulled out her mobile phone. There were 2 messages from potential partners, but this time she decided to study them later. Besides, it seemed that now they would come all the time, and Miranda would not be able to answer all of them. And anyway, let the whole world wait, she thought nonchalantly. I'll rest, regain my strength, and then I'll start doing things. Mom's right, you have to start something new with a fresh head. Come on. Let's have lunch, Veronica said with a smile. The cafe pleased not only with its prices and tasty food, but also with its interior. It was homely and cozy. The tables were covered with stylish embroidered tablecloths with flirty fringe. The seats on the chairs were soft, the backs high and carved. Porcelain teapots stood on the tables. The windows were decorated with smart curtains and filled with flowering plants. How nice it is here, Miranda exclaimed. I don't even want to leave. Yes, that's what I thought the first time I came here, Veronica said with a smile. I often come here after work when I'm too lazy to cook. Miranda ordered mashed potatoes and a Kiev-style cutlet. Both melted in her mouth. Veronica preferred spaghetti with chicken leg with sauce. The dish looked incredibly appetizing, and Miranda decided that she would try it all. What's new? Veronica asked, Are you seeing anyone? Let's just say I've tried, Miranda grinned. What went wrong? Everything, she answered with a sigh and told Veronica about her long affair with the Greek beauty. Yes, a hard case, Veronica hummed. But it's all right, you'll have a holiday romance. You'll gain new impressions, forget old offenses. My sister says I need a holiday romance, Miranda said thoughtfully. She's right, she said, nodding. A holiday romance boosts your self-esteem. And if you're starting a new business, you need confidence. Do you have experience? Miranda asked. Of course I do. I am an experienced girl in this matter, and I can tell you that this is a 100% effective means of raising self-esteem. You could write a book. That's right, Miranda laughed. Tips for insecure ladies from Veronica's coach. Oh no, Veronica grumbled. I hate my last name, so I rarely use it. And that's probably the only disadvantage of my bachelor life. Do I look like jam? No, of course not. If you ever write a book, it'll be under a pseudonym. Like Veronica Johnson's Insecure Lady Tips, I think that sounds much better. Why Johnson's? Miranda wondered. Because it's my mother's maiden name. And I like it much better, Veronica said with a grin. It was so nice and easy to be in Veronica's company, but unfortunately the lunch break was only an hour long. Besides, Miranda had a trip to organize. Hey, how about Friday night? Veronica suggested, as if she'd guessed Miranda's thoughts. Let's rehearse our trip down south. Why not? Friday night, Veronica turned up at Miranda's in a dress that was more revealing than revealing. Wow. Bold, marvelous, Miranda said. What Veronica said with a laugh, clearly pleased with the effect. A little black dress. It's not small, it's microscopic, laughed Miranda. Miranda, envy me silently. Thank God my figure allows me. Yours too, by the way. So this is our outfit for today, Veronica winked. I remember you had some kind of silver dress, and I think it's appropriate. Appropriate for what? Miranda asked, realizing that this wasn't going to be a one-night stand. The dress code of the nightclub next door, Veronica said. Miranda remembered her acquaintance with Alphonse Michael and wrinkled her nose at the mention of the club. What is it? She asked her friend. Nothing. It's nothing, Miranda waved her hand. Well, put on that silver dress. We're going to the club, Veronica said, taking bottles of wine and fruit out of the bag. Frankly, Miranda had no idea where she'd put the silver dress she'd worn on New Year's Eve. She didn't really feel like going to the club, but she knew her friend would never let her go. If Veronica had something on her mind, she wouldn't rest until she got what she wanted. I think I put it in the mezzanine, Miranda remembered. The dress was indeed there, and she put it on. What can I say? With a figure like hers, she could afford a lot of things. The dress emphasized her slimness perfectly, the spectacular shade harmonizing with her blonde hair and golden tan. Actually, the dress came with a fur cape, but in summer it was, to put it mildly, inappropriate. Miranda had a silver white satin bolero in her wardrobe that matched the dress, but she suspected Veronica would take it away. Oh well. Especially since the dress fit perfectly and was Miranda's favorite. Let the men see and bite their elbows that they didn't get such a beautiful woman, Miranda thought to herself suddenly. I'm knocked out, Veronica exclaimed when she saw her. Where do men look? Let's not talk about sad things, Miranda said firmly and went to get glasses. The outing to the nightclub went well. The girls were a resounding success. They saw the disgruntled looks of the young girls, who must have barely reached adulthood, but they just shrugged their shoulders with a smile. Yes, imagine there are such irresistible ladies walking around town. But they know their value. You could see it in the looks on both of their faces. They danced till morning and then called a taxi. Girls, can I come with you? Shouted one of the guys passing by. Some other time, darling, Veronica replied with a deliberate Russian accent, and her friends laughed loudly. We didn't go to the club for nothing, Miranda thought as she fell asleep. I didn't want to, silly me. The rehearsal was a success. Why not have a holiday romance? It's only one life, so we must try everything. With this thought, she fell asleep. A week later, the friends went on holiday. They rented a small tidy house in a picturesque private sector not far from the beach. The house had 2 rooms and a fairly spacious kitchen. The well-maintained garden with pergolas also pleased them. The apples had a mind-blowing aroma, and the gooseberries, plums and grapes were so large that the friends had a suspicion that they were in a garden of paradise. The first few days were monotonous for Miranda: breakfast, beach, afternoon rest, evening promenade along the seafront. During the whole day, she communicated mainly with waiters in cafes or ice cream sellers, saying a few dozen words. And, strangely enough, she enjoyed it. The thought of a holiday romance, though it stirred her imagination, came and went. From time to time, Miranda caught herself thinking that the idea made her uncomfortable. The euphoria she had felt after the nightclub was gone the next morning, and now there was no trace of it. If Miranda were asked to describe her state of mind, she would not hesitate to say, "I'm both hungry and thirsty." Veronica, on the other hand, wasted no time. The next day of their stay at the resort, she got up at dawn and went to the market to buy vegetables, and met some searing brunette named Nick. For 3 days, Veronica went out with him. Miranda decided to refrain from dating members of the opposite sex for the time being. "Why wait?" Veronica asked in surprise when her friend said that. "I have to make up my mind," Miranda said with an embarrassed smile. "I can't do it all at once." "Well, do you know?" Veronica waved her hand and started to paint her lips. "Look for yourself, mate. But you've got a lot to lose." Miranda somehow didn't feel that way. Not yet, anyway. Walking around the city appealed to her more than having an affair with a hypothetical stranger. Veronica left, and Miranda looked out the window that overlooked the beach. There were mums with children and couples frolicking about. "Where I left, I came back," she thought sadly, and envied Veronica. That's who certainly did not depress the position of a lady without a beau. "There are so many interesting men in the world that it is a sin to waste your best years on one new creature," said Veronica, when she had hardly closed the door. "So I intend to have all the fun I can." After seeing her friend off, Miranda decided to take a dip in the sea. After the beach, she ate a plate of fruit and decided to take a nap. But she remembered that the door was unlocked. When Miranda stepped out onto the porch, she froze as if hypnotized. On the bench was a gorgeous bouquet of obviously freshly cut white roses. The flowers emanated a heady fragrance that evoked romantic thoughts. Miranda took the flowers and suddenly noticed the card, which was beautifully inscribed with a gel pen. "You are lovely. You are the most beautiful and desirable of women." Wow, she thought. Yes, Veronica is a hot commodity. Miranda was suddenly annoyed. "Why have I really been wandering around the city?" she thought, and said to herself. "Can't make up your mind, you say? Make up your mind." Having made up her mind a couple of days before the end of the trip, she went into the house, found a vase, and put roses in it. She stared at the flowers, indulging in her thoughts, and didn't notice how she fell asleep. "Wake up." She heard her friend's voice right above her ear. "Oh my God, I fell asleep." Miranda jumped up and down on the bed. "All right, darling," Veronica said flatly. "From now on, you're not sitting alone. Tonight we're going out to a restaurant. Nick has a good-looking friend who's dying to meet a pretty girl like you. See how sensitive I am. I found a date for you." "What kind of a beau?" Miranda asked. "I'm telling you," handsome laughed Veronica. "That's an exhaustive description." "Well, my dear, you'll see for yourself." And Veronica's gaze fell on the roses. "So," said her friend meaningly, "and I see you didn't waste any time either. Tell me, who is he?" "Just so I know. And then I think that these flowers were brought to you." "But not a fact, not a fact," Veronica said with an intriguing smile. "Well, you're the one who's driving men crazy here." "And who told you that no one pays attention to you?" Veronica snorted. "Just because you walk around the city alone doesn't mean men don't have eyes." Miranda fell silent. "Is it really for me?" she thought excitedly, and her soul was filled with anticipation, not of trouble, but of something very, very pleasant. "So much for believing in yourself," said Veronica with a wink. "But you will indulge your dreams about the mysterious stranger later. Now let's go and choose an outfit for the restaurant." Miranda danced towards the wardrobe. She wanted to look special, and she had decided to work on it thoroughly, and the result was worth it. Miranda chose a bright turquoise silk floor-length dress with an open back. The dress fitted her perfect figure beautifully, and its bouffant bottom swayed spectacularly as she walked. After a moment's thought, Miranda put on a silver chain with an emerald pendant. "Now for the hair," she said. Miranda twisted her luxurious hair into curlers and put it up in a high updo with bobby pins and rhinestones. She didn't bother with makeup. In such a heat, she had enough transparent lip gloss and some sequins. "You're on," prima donna Miranda cheered and walked like a model to her friend's room. "What's up?" she asked. "Wow." Veronica exhaled and fell on the bed. "I'm smitten. You make me feel like a milkmaid from some distant state." A milkmaid, Miranda laughed as she looked at her friend's fiery red, tight-fitting dress. The brightly colored outfit set off Veronica's dark hair and didn't hide her long, slender legs. "Come on, you're beautiful." When the friends entered the restaurant, dozens of evaluating male gazes were directed towards the entrance. There were many beauties of different ages in the room, but Miranda and Veronica stood out and attracted attention. They walked proudly to the table where Nick and his mate Ashley were waiting for them. He was really good-looking, tall, pumped-up, short-cropped blonde. To her amazement, however, Miranda felt something like disappointment. Probably, such a handsome man, who, judging by his suit and expensive watches, was not poor, would be a wonderful option for a holiday romance. But Miranda was not attracted to him. That's all. She didn't want to have an affair with him, and she couldn't help it. Miranda remembered the roses on the porch and tried to imagine who might have left them. "What are you, dear, completely cuckoo?" Could it be some kind of maniac before she could finish her thought? "Miranda will condescend to us sinners," said Veronica, laughing. "Huh?" she asked, confused. "Ashley wants to know what you're doing," she said. "I'm sorry," Miranda said, embarrassed. "I was just wondering," Miranda said. "What is the beautiful Miranda doing?" Ashley asked with a smile. "I work at a magazine," she replied. "How do you like it?" "I love it." She nodded with a dazzling smile. "Miranda's planning to start her own magazine," Veronica chimed in. "Really?" Ashley smiled his Hollywood smile even wider. "Good one. What can I say?" But he didn't seem to be the hero of her novel again. "What are you getting at, Miranda?" "It's not like you're marrying him. Just a light, non-committal romance," she urged herself. But the more she persuaded herself, the more she rejected the idea of a holiday romance. Who invented them in the first place? Really, Miranda confirmed, and decided she wasn't going to get her hopes up for the blonde macho man. "You know, guys, I'm getting a headache. I should probably go." "I'll walk you out," Ashley said eagerly. "No, that's okay," she said. "It's just around the corner. Have a good night." Ashley had a look on her face that said, "Are you kidding me?" But Miranda didn't care. She was now 1000% sure that she didn't want any resort romance, and let Veronica talk all she wanted about how it was good for her health and self-esteem. Miranda wouldn't do anything she didn't want to do. She was far from judging her friend. Let her live her life the way she liked. Miranda just wanted to love and be loved. "Wow," she heard behind her as she moved a respectful distance away from the restaurant. Such a beautiful girl and all alone in her thoughts. Miranda just brushed it off carelessly. She didn't notice how close she was to the house. In the silence, she could hear the sea splashing. The sound was mesmerizing, soothing. Miranda stepped up onto the porch and almost shrieked. There were roses on the bench again, this time cream with red flecks. When she looked closely, she noticed that the stems were twisted with an intricately woven gold chain with a pendant of small diamonds. There was the card again. "This jewelry reminds me of your unrealistically beautiful hair," Mr. X wrote. "Accept it. It will be my pleasure. Winston Black," the card read. If Miranda had had any doubts about who the flowers were addressed to, there was now no trace of them. Veronica had dark hair, which meant the flowers weren't meant for her. Miranda entered the house and turned on the light and examined the jewelry, white gold and diamonds. She knew how to recognize real diamonds. The combination wasn't cheap, so her secret admirer was rich. It turns out, so she thought, his name is Winston Black. Well, that's something. Miranda switched on her laptop, logged into the social networking site, and gasped. Winston Black was among the page's guests. "So that's who you are," she muttered, scrutinizing the handsome, intelligent face. Winston's page wasn't closed, and Miranda enthusiastically began looking at the pictures. If the information he'd given about himself was to be believed, Winston was 30 years old, 5 years older than she was. Occupation was businessman. Well, who'd doubt it, Miranda thought ironically. And judging by the jewelry, quite a successful one. I wonder what kind of business he's in. Isn't it drugs? No, we don't want that sort of thing. Winston didn't look like a drug lord, though. Of course, she was not acquainted with the drug lord, but she had no doubt that the drug lord looked very different. There were few photos, but enough to draw conclusions about the man. A couple of photos in the office, one on holiday in Montenegro, another in the yard of the house. Winston was sitting in a hammock, and near his feet sat a cute golden retriever. The man affectionately stroked the withers of his four-legged pet and smiled into the frame. He loves animals, Miranda stated, and that characterizes him as a good, kind man. And here is a photo on the beach. Winston, although not a jock, was not badly built. He probably went to the gym every now and then, the swimming pool. I mean, he did everything he could to keep himself in shape. Suddenly a message came through, and Miranda, trembling with excitement, opened it immediately. "There you are, my enchanting lady," she read. "Shouldn't we get to know each other better?" Miranda wondered, did she want to meet him in person? Yes, the girl decided. She could literally feel it in her skin it would be okay. "Why not?" she wrote, and completed her reply with a flashing emoji. "That's great," Winston replied. "Time. I'll text the address tomorrow." Miranda switched off the laptop and lay in bed, but sleep wouldn't come. All the girl's thoughts were on the mysterious Winston. She suddenly imagined them kissing, and the thought made her shiver. "I wonder how he figured me out," thought the girl, and fell soundly asleep. "What time did you get back?" Miranda asked when Veronica entered her room. She was wearing a short, semi-transparent dressing gown and house shoes with small heels, decorated with fur tips. How sexy Veronica is, after all, Miranda thought. Of course, she was no worse for wear herself, but unlike her friend, she didn't know how to wear such things. "I guess I should learn," she decided. "I don't know," Veronica replied. "What's got into you?" "What's got into me?" Miranda shrugged her shoulders. "But I didn't like Andrew." "What's wrong?" "I don't know what's wrong with you," she said thoughtfully. "Then you dream of a beautiful romance. Then you shy away from a handsome, wealthy man. And if not?" Miranda smiled enigmatically. "I don't get it." Veronica pretended to be perplexed. "Did you pick up someone on the way? Miranda, tell me." But she wanted to intrigue her friend a little. "Something like that," Miranda replied. "Miranda, what?" she asked innocently. "You know I don't like to beat around the bush." "I know." Miranda nodded and pointed to the new flowers. Veronica sat down on the bed. "Tell me." "Miranda, you're crazy," Veronica said after listening to her friend's story. "A rich, handsome man liked you, but you backed out. And then you saw the flowers, the message, the jewelry, and you swam," said Veronica. "Yeah, Ashley would have showered you with jewelry." "What does jewelry have to do with it?" Miranda sighed. "What does it have to do with what?" "I don't know," she admitted. "But something tells me this is it." "You mean love?" "Maybe." "I don't understand you," Miranda. Veronica shook her head. "What kind of love could there be? What if it's a fake?" "Are the flowers and the necklace fake too?" Miranda said reasonably. "I'm not talking about the flowers and the necklace, but about the person who presented them." "Are you sure he's an honest businessman?" "I'm not sure of anything," she sighed, winking at her friend. "But it can be checked, can it?" A gamble, Veronica smiled. You could say that. Miranda agreed. And she realized that now her friend would support her. Veronica loved adventures, so she'd be understanding and she'd stop moaning about fakes and Ashley's rejection. It was a good bet. You know, there's something to that, she said, smiling. But I still think you should be careful. You don't know the man, and you don't know what he might be up to. Yes, but how to do it? It's elementary, exclaimed Veronica. He'll send you the address, and if anything goes wrong, you'll send me a distress signal in Messenger. The word SOS Oregon an exclamation mark. And then Nick and I will come to your rescue as a rescue team. The girls laughed. After lunch, Winston sent his coordinates. I think it's at the end of the next street, said Miranda, who had been all over the neighborhood. Yes, it's right there. Wait, Veronica's eyes widened. So that's next door to Mrs. Camila. It was the woman who rented the house to them. The friends looked at each other and exclaimed. So that's what it is, isn't it? They fell silent. So Mrs. Camila was kind enough to give her neighbor your details, Veronica nodded, regaining her speech. It does. But Mrs. Camila seems like a decent woman, and I don't think she would give her neighbor's number to a scoundrel, Veronica reasoned, and added cheerfully as if you hadn't been skeptical about your friend's idea of meeting Winston 20 minutes ago. So Miranda, shall we prepare you for a date with a mysterious stranger? Where do we start? Veronica asked in a businesslike tone. First, we'll go to the sea, Miranda answered in the same businesslike tone. Freshen up. The beach was a 10-minute walk away, which had a big impact on the rent of the house, but they thought it would be better to pay more, but in the end they would get everything they needed. The sight of dazzling blue seawater always calmed Miranda and made her feel positive, which was especially important on such a day. She could feel the rapturous stares of the men, and the thought crept into her head that perhaps Winston was among them, secretly watching her. The thought seemed exciting to Miranda, and she decided to show herself in all her glory. Freeing herself from her dress, she strode gracefully to the water and plunged into the tantalizing blue. Swimming 20 meters from the shore, Miranda rolled over on her back and spread her arms. The warm seawater touched every cell of her body. The sea had always given Miranda an unprecedented bliss and sense of freedom, but at this moment she felt its life-giving power more than ever. And the anticipation of long-awaited happiness heightened the amazing sensation she felt in that blessed moment of ecstasy. Miranda didn't notice Veronica beside her. You look different tonight, she said. You know, I can feel it, Miranda replied with a smile. I feel better today than ever. You're a romantic lady, Veronica smiled and shook her head. Is that good or bad? The romantic lady asked. It's wonderful, assured her friend. Let's swim to the shore, Veronica suggested when the girls reached the shore. Miranda unraveled her luxurious curls and shook them, making several men, who were a little further away, freeze in admiration. Look while you can, she joked, enjoying the increased male attention and the feeling of attractiveness. Miranda pulled sunscreen out of her beach bag and began to slowly rub it into her skin. Men were literally craning their necks. Oh, such talent is wasting away, Veronica said with a slight smile, looking at her. Why would it be wasted? Miranda countered. I'm putting it to good use. You haven't changed your mind about going to see your Romeo yet. No, she answered succinctly, putting the tube of cream back in her purse and returning to her back. We went for another swim. Miranda and Veronica started to get ready for the house. The next item on the plan was an impromptu spa treatment in the small bathroom and a cold shower. It would be nice to give you a massage afterwards. But what I can't do, Veronica said. What's rich, what's good for you? After the treatment, Miranda felt like a newborn. Or maybe it was her new start. Miranda decided not to make a mess with her hair or makeup. Her hair looked like a golden silk shawl after the nourishing mask, and Miranda thought it was a sin to hide such beauty. So she decided to leave her hair loose. Same with her makeup. The spa treatment was a miracle worker. Miranda's skin seemed to be illuminated from within and didn't need any makeup, except for a little bit of clear gloss. In the morning, she'd put on a short white embroidered dress with open shoulders and earned another round of praise from her friend. I wish Winston would appreciate our efforts together, Veronica sighed. Maybe I should walk you home, she suggested. No, I don't need to. Miranda shook her head with a smile and winked. You've been with me all day. You've got guests to meet. You know all that, she poked her friend. But break a leg. Miranda walked toward Winston's house, her legs shaking. The girl's heart was beating as if she were running instead of walking. And when Miranda arrived at the right address, she suddenly wanted to go back. To come at night to a complete stranger 1,000 kilometers away from home was a real madness. Miranda stood outside the beautiful house and considered what to do. It would be easy to leave, but she felt she shouldn't. So she crossed herself mentally, approached the fence, and pressed the bell. Who? A man's voice asked huskily. Not what Miranda had imagined a young businessman's voice to sound like. But maybe he just smoked a lot? God, I can't believe what's going through my head, she said angrily to herself. I'm Miranda. I'll get it. A couple of minutes later, the gates swung open in different directions, and the girl entered the territory unhindered. There's nowhere to retreat to, she thought as she climbed the steps. The door of the house swung open and Miranda saw an old grandfather, a real grandfather in his 60s. The disappointment was so great that she almost cried. Her first thought was to leave. But remembering that Veronica was with Nick, she gave up that thought. Her grandfather was bustling about, and she felt uncomfortable turning round like this and leaving. Come in, Miranda the older man greeted. I'm Winston Borisovich. Can I just call you Winston? Nice to meet you, the girl said. Likewise, the grandfather extended cordially and, delicately embracing her, led her somewhere along the corridor. Please, cheerfully proclaimed the old man, opening the door. The first thing Miranda saw was a richly laid table. In the middle of the table was a platter of goose, covered with slices of golden potatoes and apple slices. There were salads, of which there were 5 kinds: Olivier, Caesar, Greek, cucumber and tomato classic, herring under a fur coat, and of course astonishingly large local fruits and a huge bottle of house wine. Miranda suddenly felt embarrassed. The man tried, cooked, set the table. Aha, and he wrote in the name of a young man. And you fool, Felford said an inner voice mockingly. Come what may, she chided herself. Grandfather must be bored at his age. So he decided to brighten his loneliness. We'll have a drink in company, grandfather. That's my lot. Miranda sat down at the table, and Winston began to court her gallantly. How about some grape wine? He inquired. I assure you it's marvelous. I believe it is, Miranda said with a smile. I'd love to have some wine. That's the way we like it. The old man said approvingly and poured her a large glass of wine. The drink had such a wonderful aroma that Miranda wanted to take a sip. But since it was indecent, she waited patiently for the first toast. Miranda, what kind of salad do you like? Winston asked. Of all the salads I see here, all of them. That's great, he said happily, and put a little of each salad on the girl's plate. It's delicious, Miranda said sincerely, tasting the Greek salad. Eat it. The best reward for me is when a guest likes my food. The girl looked carefully at the gracious host and found him quite an attractive older man. The charming elderly gentleman must have been irresistible in his youth, she thought. All the girls were his. Very well, Miranda, let me make the first toast to you, Winston said with feeling. He was enthusiastically supported by his guest. The flavor of the wine was truly luxurious. Do you like it? With a sly glance at Miranda, the man asked. Very much, I made it myself, he boasted. It's great. Winston, where are you from, if it's no secret? Didn't Mrs. Camilla tell you? The girl grinned mentally, but aloud she only named her town. I see. Miranda, what do you do? The girl suddenly remembered her failed boyfriend, Ashley. She was surprised to find that the smiling old man had made a much more favorable impression on her. Maybe I like older men, but I just don't get it yet, Miranda wondered. I'm an art historian by training. I work for an art magazine, she said, smiling sweetly. What kind of art magazine is Harmony? I know it, Winston nodded, which surprised Miranda. In her understanding, businessmen were pragmatic people to whom art was absolutely alien. It's a good magazine. Are you interested in art? I do. What kind of art? The older gentleman smiled, a merry sparkle in his eyes. Miranda, would you like me to sing to you? He'll probably serenade you, she decided. Well, why not? Sing. Winston immediately rose from the table and walked out into the middle of the dining room. If he spoke with a hoarseness, he had a rather pleasant baritone when he sang. What was there pleasant? Winston's voice was enveloping, mesmerizing. He sang in Sanskrit. The language had long ago been considered dead, and Miranda was surprised to find someone singing in it, especially a businessman. It was a beautiful song about a poor shepherd's forbidden love for a noble lady, and Miranda listened. And when the song ended, the girl applauded. "Bravo," she exclaimed. It's just. Miranda couldn't find the right words to express her delight, so she just said, "Great." Winston was flattered by this simple praise, though. The old man smiled and proposed. "Shall we drink to art?" "I'd love to," Miranda exclaimed in thought. Nice old man. I think I'll visit him. I should give him back his necklace, or they'll think I'm using him for some mercantile purpose. Just then a golden retriever came running into the room. The same dog Miranda had seen in the photo on the social networking site. But that was just the beginning. A young man entered the room with a bouquet of scarlet roses. "I see that you two have already found a common language," he said with a smile, and, looking carefully at the amazed Miranda, added, "And you're even more beautiful up close." Wait a minute, she shook her head and was speechless. "Which one of you is Winston?" Both of you, the men answered in unison and laughed loudly. Winston Potocki was a handsome, intelligent, but too shy guy. This caused him a lot of problems in his relationships with girls. He could not approach a girl he liked, and when someone else did, the guy was left to suffer in silence. The thing was also that Winston was a romantic guy, and modern girls did not understand this. Those who were bolder, and this, as a rule, were older girls, tried to poke at the young handsome, but all as one failed. The guy didn't want that. He was sure the first step should be made by a young man, and no other way. All the boys in the class had already lost their innocence. Winston was the only one who had nothing to boast about. It was especially depressing that the first beauty of the class, Jessica, who dreamed about him every night, was friends with Travis, a bully and a bigot. And all because Winston had never been able to say how he felt. Since 9th grade, he dreamed of business, so he decided to enter the Faculty of Economics, which he did after graduating from school. The guy really liked studying, but in terms of personal life at the university was the same as at school. There were plenty of beautiful girls, but still lacked the courage to approach one of them. Winston didn't even notice at what moment he was seized by autumn moping. He simply noted that the days had become shorter, the weather colder, and his mood began to slowly but surely deteriorate. Winston felt tired and apathetic all the time. The autumn landscape, though beautiful, seemed dull and bleak to him. "You need to meet a great girl right away," summed up his new friend, fellow student Kyle. "That wouldn't be a problem in the dorms. How many of them are there in short skirts?" At one of the student parties, he became close to the first beautiful Eva. Amazingly, the morning after, there was no trace of his autumn moping. An affair with a beautiful girl had shaken Winston up. He felt like he was floating on wings. That was until Winston saw EVA drive up to the dormitory with some rich man in a cool foreign car. He timidly demanded an explanation, but the girl only shrugged her shoulders and said, "This is my admirer. So what of it? You are handsome, intelligent, and I like you very much. And Robert is rich," and smiling, added you, and he compliment each other so nicely. But Winston didn't want to compliment anyone, and he didn't need any compliments himself, so he silently turned round and walked away. At that moment, something clicked in his brain. "Stop being a sissy. Otherwise every Eve will be wiping their feet on me," he mentally said to himself. "Besides, my main task right now is to study economics. I want to go into business. But what about girls? And the girls later." Winston diligently gnawed at the granite of economics, which turned out to be not so hard. He'd had girlfriends from time to time, but nothing serious. And I would like to meet the real one, not a cunning bitch, who saw in him a promising husband, able to provide his family with a trouble-free life. Winston graduated from university with honors. A month after defense, he got a job in a consulting company, and after a year of work went into free swimming. Business was his thing, so why waste time working for his uncle? Winston's transport company started gaining momentum, almost from the moment it opened, making him a rich man by the age of 27. Winston bought his much-loved grandparents a dream seaside cottage for their golden wedding. Unfortunately, Grandma was not able to properly enjoy the new accommodation. 6 months after the move, Grandma Beatrice left this world. Winston worked hard, got rich, traveled a lot, and enjoyed life. But only dreams of a friendly and strong family remained dreams. And one day Winston came to visit his grandfather and, it seems, met the real one. That day he was picking cucumbers, and the young man's attention was attracted by 2 young ladies with model figures. The beauties had come to see their neighbor, Mrs. Camilla. Probably just another holidaymaker coming to negotiate the rent of the house, he thought. The brunette did not make much of an impression on Winston. The brunette looked like a lover of savory adventures, which he had not been interested in for a long time. But the other, with luxuriant hair the color of ripe wheat. Without a doubt, she was very beautiful. However, that was not what attracted Winston. The expression of the girl's face was dreamy and somehow defenseless. She reminded him of the heroine of children's fairy tales. "You're a storyteller yourself," he summed himself up. "If she's socializing with a bitch like that dark one, she's won herself. And if she's not, then her girlfriend's gonna set her straight. So just roll your lip and move on." A couple of days later, Winston went with his grandfather to a cafe and saw a dark-haired girl in the company of a brutal brunette. Returning from the cafe, the guy decided to walk to the house, which was rented by a neighbor, and saw the light. And 2 days later, Winston finally became convinced that the girl he was interested in spending evenings in proud solitude, while her friend entertained to the full program. And he decided by all means to get acquainted with a beautiful blonde. But how do you do it? The banal girl, "Can I meet you?" was definitely not suitable. This is where you meet people to have a holiday romance. And that didn't seem to interest the charming blonde. Winston puzzled for a long time and finally decided to start with a secret courtship. He was returning from the beach and saw the friend of the girl of his dreams on the arm with a man. So the beauty was alone again. Well, it was time to take action. Without thinking long, Winston cut white roses from his grandfather's garden and rushed to the house the girls were renting. He deliberately did not reveal himself. Dark-haired, promiscuous, she'll probably think it's for her, Winston thought with a chuckle, remembering the way she had smiled at the men in the market. The next day he decided to ask his neighbor for the name and surname of the fair-haired beauty. "Did you like her?" Mrs. Camilla winked. "A woman of the kindest soul." "I like her," nodded the boy. The next day Winston saw his neighbor's lodgers going to the restaurant alone. He felt a pang of jealousy, but decided it was nothing to be afraid of. After all, Miranda couldn't stay cooped up all holiday. But it didn't seem to be going to the restaurant. The beauty of the young businessman's dreams returned from the restaurant quite quickly. And miraculously, she smiled at him. And the next day he had to leave for Chicago on company business. Winston decided not to cancel the meeting. He instructed his grandfather to meet the guest. And by all accounts, the old man did his best. When Winston realized that Miranda thought her grandfather was writing to her on behalf of a young man, he laughed. "At first I wanted to leave," she confessed. "But something held me back, and I didn't regret it. You have a great-grandfather." A great-grandfather did all sorts of things. Turns out he used to be a circus performer in his youth, and now he's getting old. Winston's grandfather juggled apples and performed magic tricks. And when the merry trio went to the artificial pond in the backyard, climbed on the railing of the bridge, and tried to walk on them, Winston Jr. and Miranda barely managed to catch him. The old man settled down and went to bed, and the young men talked until dawn. "Do you know we have similar destinies?" Winston said with a smile as Miranda told him about her life. "Yes, I guess so," she smiled back. I'll see you tomorrow, which is today, Miranda said, feeling like the happiest girl in the world. How was your date? Veronica asked. Don't talk. Don't talk. I can see everything. Did you fall in love? I think so, Miranda nodded. It's better not to show him that. You think I don't know that she sighed? I'm probably not the first holiday maker to frown. Anyway, I'll pretend it's just a holiday romance. In the evening, Winston and Miranda went to his favorite restaurant. After dinner, they took a long walk around the village and could not talk for a long time. Thus began the most beautiful and passionate romance of Miranda's life. It's just a pity that this is another road to nowhere, she thought sadly. Oh, come on. Veronica waved her hand. At least a week and a half of happiness is yours, so enjoy every cell of your body and soul. Miranda, have you thought about family, children? Winston asked one day. No, Miranda shook her head. What am I supposed to say? He'll think that's what I want from him. I'll have everything in life. Then I can think about family, Miranda thought. I don't think that's what she said, the boy said. Then again, maybe there's something I don't know. Winston was disappointed, but didn't show it. Then he thought, whatever. After all, having a great time with a pretty girl isn't bad either. When it was time to leave, Winston saw Miranda off with a huge bouquet of red and white roses. Thank you for the fairy tale, gentle smile, he said. Thank you, too, Miranda replied. She wanted to cry, and she prayed to God not to do so in the presence of her resort lover. Winston still hadn't said the words she'd been waiting for. Well, good luck. Winston spoke deliberately cheerfully and left. Miranda took her seat on the plane and wept bitterly. She didn't want to believe that this was the end. A month later, Miranda realized that a new life had begun inside her. Some of her married mates, when they heard about it, began to make fun of her. But Miranda didn't care, because she was going to have a child with the man she loved, and the rest didn't matter. The mum-to-be had no idea that Winston was having trouble finding his place. I don't understand why you're delaying, his grandfather said. I'd explain myself if I were you. She said she was... I don't know what she said. I don't know what she said, Winston interrupted Winston Saar. Unceremoniously. You've only known each other a week. Why would she tell you about her plans for her life? Besides, Miranda might have feared that you might have taken her words as a hint. A hint of what? My grandson didn't understand. What do you mean? A hint of what? That she wants to get married. She was afraid you'd run away if you got scared. So what do we do now? Winston, are you out of your mind? Grandpa got really angry. If you really can not without her, then fly to her. Tell her that you love. And if she... Winston fell silent. I'll kill her. Winston S.R. swung jokingly. Miranda walked to her car and suddenly heard a painfully familiar voice call out to her. This can't be happening, she thought. Miranda. The voice repeated more insistently, and the young woman turned round. Winston stood behind her and looked at her fondly. Winston, what are you doing here? Miranda asked. I came to see you. I love you, he said. Will you keep me? You're even more beautiful now, Winston said, and looked at her from head to toe. What he didn't say, Miranda did it for him. You got me pregnant, she said. And you hid it. How was I supposed to know how you felt about it? Miranda exclaimed. You're a fool, Winston smiled, hugging her, and whispered, don't you think we'll have to think about starting a family now? Very much so, she whispered back, and their lips met. A month later, the wedding was over. You didn't catch the bouquet at my wedding for nothing. Irene rejoiced. I'm really happy for my cousin. No, she didn't go to the resort for nothing, Veronica said authoritatively. Girls don't argue. Cheerfully said the happy newlywed. Neither went to waste. And I'm happy. Yes, and I did not miss such a nice guest, said Winston S.R. Bitter, exclaimed Veronica. bitter, bitter. The guests echoed.